is hot.
So is there any relief in sight? Al's tracking the latest forecast. Plus, grisly attack. A hiker killed near Yellowstone after an apparent encounter with a bear.
There were tracks from an adult grizzly and at least one cub near that site.
The investigation now underway amid new safety warnings for tourists. Then, ready or not, it's about that time. We're kicking off the back-to-school shopping season with an early look at the best deals. Vicki Wynn has the essentials you should look out for now and what to wait and buy later. And Shop and Dave.
Today and today only, celery. For Hy-Vee shoppers, absolutely free. Help yourself to the celery.
So why is David Letterman surprising shoppers at the local grocery store?
Whoa. Minestrone.
The late night legend tying up the apron and getting to work. The fun reason coming up in Popstar today, Tuesday, July 25th, 2023.
Celebrating my mom's birthday from Oskaloosa, Iowa.
Shout out to Buffalo, New York.
Go Bills! In Des Moines, Iowa. Go Hawkeyes! Morning to our grandparents. Back in Swanee, Georgia. Love you, Grandma and Papa. It's my first time in New York.
From Naples, Florida.
Brought my beautiful granddaughter.
To celebrate our birthdays. Visiting from Charlottesville, Virginia. Hi, Miss Linda.
Birmingham, Alabama.
Celebrating our 25th wedding anniversary. Been watching the Today Show every day since 1969.
And after all these years, Mom finally made it.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's that time of year again. They're going back! It's back to school time at Staples.
Amazing. All right. 8:15, that's a classic back-to-school ad from 1996. And by the way, guys, ready or not, it's that time of year again.
Hard to believe it. It really is hard to believe it. So more than half of consumers have already started their back-to-class shopping. And with the prices rising over the last 2 years, shoppers, of course, looking for some deals.
All right, to help school us on how to navigate those school supply lists and find the best bargains, we brought in NBC's Vicki Wynn. Hi, Vic. I mean, in some parts of the country, school starts in a week or two.
I know, August is right around the corner.
It's not really too early.
Yeah, that's not
so
wrong.
if you're starting your shopping, what's the first thing we need to do?
Okay, we talked to Andrea Warrock. She's a money-saving expert. She helped us out. This is something I've talked about, too. Take an audit of all the supplies you already have.
Oh, yeah.
Search the house. Look at the nooks and crannies. Last year's backpack, your desk, your junk drawers. What kind of crayons, markers, supplies do you already have before you even spend a penny? Next, you're going to print out the list, whether it's from your school website, ask the teacher. If you don't, Staples and Walmart have this on their website. You can enter your zip code and your school name, and they'll give you a template of a supply list anywhere from pre-K all the way to 12th grade. Yeah, it's a great little starter list that can help you. And then once the school year starts, you can figure out what else you need. I think sometimes people get overwhelmed, think they have to buy all the things in the beginning, and they don't. And then finally...
Oh, can we circle this?
Yes.
Never bring the kids. Mom, can I have...
No, go by yourself. It's like Dateline, watch alone.
Yes.
This is like shopping,
exactly.
go alone.
Yes.
A survey that was just done by one of these companies, Retail Me Not, said that you spend $50 more by bringing your kids with you.
100%.
Sorry, it was Slick Deals. Slick Deals.
Are you going to tell me lip gloss isn't a school supply? My daughter begs to differ.
Please.
I know.
And then suddenly more things are in your car.
All right, Vicki, let us find some good deals, especially if you want supplies. Where do we start?
Okay, so Amazon is a great place to start, specifically the Amazon Basics line, 40% off school supplies right now. They're also doing a deal, 20% off if you make a purchase of $50. Now that sounds like a lot of money, but if you have it in your budget, you can also contribute to the classroom, to the teacher.
Oh, that's good.
Need wipes and sanitizer and paper towels and tissues. You'll get to that 50 before you know it.
In addition to Amazon.
Okay, Target's next. They have their dollar bins. Start there. Crayons, glue sticks, a lot of things under $1 at Target. So that's a good place to start. Also, I love this. College students go to the Target website, register with your college ID, your email address. You get a coupon for 20% off an entire purchase.
Oh, wow.
You know, going to college.
Wow.
You got to buy the microwave, the little warm fridge, the sheets.
All the
that
stuff
adds up. And if you can get 20%
That's good.
off, do it.
That's a good tip.
And then finally, Walmart's got a deal, $13 for 14 of the most popular school supplies, including markers, pens, all of the things that you're going to need, scissors. Do it.
Now, a lot of people don't use paper and pencil or pens anymore. They use tech. So how can we get a deal on tech?
I know, especially if you're sending your kids off to college, that's going to be the single most expensive item to purchase. So right now, Best Buy has a lot of deals on their Windows laptops, their Chromebooks. We found some deals up to $600 off.
Wow.
Apple is another one for college students, rising college students, educators, even homeschoolers and parents of college students. You can qualify for a gift card up to $150 off if you're buying one of their MacBooks, their computers, or the iPads, and you can use that towards AirPods or some other Apple supplies. 20% off Apple Care, which is their warranty program. And finally, go to our next slide, which will give you our final. Yes, there you go, Microsoft. They have this, it's a cloud computing thing called Microsoft 365 Personal. And basically, you're getting all those apps that you use, Word, PowerPoint, Excel, but you also get identity theft protection and device protection, which is really helpful.
50% off. All right, off to Craig.
All right, Vic, great deals there. So what are some things that perhaps parents and students should hold off buying right now as they head back to school?
So according to Retail Me Not, Craig, 17 states are having a tax-free holiday. That's a weekend. Sometimes it lasts a week. Right now, it's happening already in Florida. It started Monday. So save all of your big ticket items, all of your school supplies, clothes, shoes, until you can take advantage of that tax-free holiday. Think about it. If you're buying a $1,000 laptop and the sales tax in your state is 7%, you're saving $70. So you add all of that together and add coupons in there, shop through cashback sites like Retail Me Not or Rakuten. You are stacking all of those coupons on top of each other, adding up to hundreds in savings. Next, apparel, you're going to want to wait till Labor Day. That's when the end of the season for summer, you're going to see the best deals on summer clothes. Same thing with sporting goods. Those will go on sale around Labor Day. But my hack here, which I love, is buying secondhand. Sideline swap, play it again sports, even eBay and Craigslist. We just got a lacrosse stick off of eBay, 50% off. It's brand new. Daughter loves it. So that is where you save the most on sporting goods. But wait till Labor Day if you want something brand new on sale.
And what are those web things you talk about? Those
extensions, like Honey, for example. Those will give you an idea of price tracking when things are high and low.
All right.
Vicky, how do you do it? How do you keep that all in that brain?
We don't even know how that.
Encyclopedic.
Why are we celebrating Christmas in July? Good reason. It is exactly 5 months away. That means the Christmas Spectacular starring the Radio City Rockettes will be here before we know it. A milestone year this year. It's the 90th season. We've got Valeria Yamin here. So this will be your third season, Valeria, as a Rockette.
I am so happy to be here celebrating Christmas in July with you all.
We're so glad because usually you're out here freezing. Let's be honest. You come in December and we feel terrible. Today you're dressed perfectly for the occasion. Tell me about the prep that goes into getting the show ready.
Yes, well, we start rehearsals in around October. We rehearse 6 hours a day, 6 days a week for 6 weeks. And we actually open November 17th this year. We run until January 1st. So you got to get your tickets today at Rockettes.com or at the box office.
You know what's great about this show? We go every single year, and every single year there's a surprise. There's something different. There's something brand new. Do you happen to know what any of those goodies may be?
Well, we just reintroduced the Dance of the Frost Fairies last year with our fairy drones and our advanced technology. So the team at Radio City is constantly working to make the show more and more spectacular every year. But I know these women are happy to be back on stage for our 90th season at our home, Radio City.
By the way, the drones last time were insane, flying around this. Yeah, they were incredible.
Cool.
Well, you guys got work to do. We can't wait for Christmas time.
Thank you.
So tickets are on sale right now?
Yes, tickets are on sale.
All right.
It's a can't miss if you're coming. It's so fun.
You got to do it.
We love you, Rockette.
Thank you so much.
Merry Christmas. See you in December.
All right. See you then, guys. Thank you. All right. Meantime, a lot to get to in this half hour. Harry Smith will introduce us to a group of young opera singers honing their talent in an unlikely place, the Ozarks, their story and how they are inspiring the next generation of performers.
And then Alejandro Ramos is here with the best use for your summer squash. You're definitely going to want to hear her recipe for this creamy zucchini pasta. It's sure to be a huge hit with adults and the kids as well.
Yum.
And we are so looking forward to, in the third hour, our good buddy Jim Gaffigan dropping by. He's got a brand new comedy special to talk about.
Okay, that'll be good. Tomorrow and today, we're going to check out the best swimsuits to last you the rest of the summer. I know we've done Christmas. We've done back to
we're going
school.
back again.
But y'all, summer's still happening.
Yes, let's
and
not
you need
rush
a good
it.
suit. Let's not rush it.
All right.
We're back 8:36 with one of our favorites. Mr. Smith goes to, and this morning he goes to the Ozarks.
The Ozarks, this time of year, the hills of northwest Arkansas are alive with the sound of music, and it's opera of all.
Yeah, and Harry, you got more on this unique, cool program. Hey!
How do you get to Carnegie Hall?
Practice.
Practice. Well, if you want to get on an opera stage, maybe the best place to start is Eureka Springs.
On the crest of a hill above Eureka Springs, Arkansas, is a music center. To be kind, it doesn't look like much. But inside, voices sweep and soar in search of musical excellence. It's opera in the Ozarks. For 70 years, a summertime staple in the natural state.
It's very hard. It really is boot camp for opera singers because they are in every production.
Lorraine Ernest spent 4 summers here back in the day on the way to a career in New York and Washington, now teaching at the University of Oklahoma and here.
You do all the production, you do makeup, you do costumes, so you learn everything. And yeah, we moaned and groaned the whole way, but then we kept coming back.
I can sing both high and low. A baritone is a good fellow.
While the students may dream of a career at La Scala or the Met, they start first with performing in local libraries and community centers. It's sweet. Diana Nelevaiko studies voice at Vanderbilt.
I just love this place with nature. I love the mountains, and I love people. People here are really great.
Diana is from Ukraine, where her father serves in the military.
So it's a lot of preparation, a lot of rehearsal, so I could just get my mind off everything and focus on that, and it feels great.
Some singers are still in college, many in grad school.
It's quite possible to graduate from a really good school of music and have never had a role. You know, you've never been on stage. I mean, how can you be an opera singer if you've never been on stage?
Opera in the Ozarks General Director Nancy Price is proud of the rigor required here and concedes the environment is somewhat Spartan.
As theatrical venues go, how would you describe this?
The word that the board likes is rustic. We don't have any bats this year, and we got rid of the birds. So it's better than many years. And we do have air conditioning in the theater now.
And the theater's proximity to the road is also an issue.
So you could be in the middle of a really important aria and a motorcycle gang goes through.
Yep, happens every week. Almost every day. It's not the motorcycles, it's the semis.
But up and away from the road, construction has begun on what will be a grand glass-walled theater, a new home for opera in the Ozarks. An idea more fantasy than reality until a generous grant from the Walton Family Foundation.
I'm so excited for the future generation of artists that get to come here and experience that gift. It's just going to be fantastic.
This is Tyler Middleton's second summer. His goal, to join an opera company in Europe or the U.S.
So long as I'm doing the good work, telling stories and moving people with them, that's all that matters to me.
The company prepares for one of their always popular cabaret concerts. The Ozarks may be a long way from the great opera stages of the world, but you know what they say about the dreams that you dare to dream.
They can sing.
And you can write.
But honestly, as I went from rehearsal room to rehearsal room to rehearsal room, and the music was so beautiful, I had tears in my eyes almost the entire day. So gorgeous. And these kids work so hard.
It's lovely. And Eureka Springs, Arkansas is a darling community.
Oh my
Cool
God.
town.
Kind of old Victorian architecture.
And even before you got to the part of the fancy new building that was coming, I was madly in love.
Yeah.
Like,
Right.
you didn't need the structure. I'm happy they're getting it.
Sure.
Right.
But they have
And
everything.
they're going to be able to take it up a notch now.
I was going
for
to say,
sure.
they probably want to keep some of that rustic vibe.
Yeah, you got to.
Opera boot camp.
Yeah, but not the best.
I like that.
Yeah, that was great.
You're
Harry.
giving us chills, Harry Smith.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Wonderful.
as always. When we come back, Alejandra Ramos, she's sharing a recipe for the perfect summer dish to use up those vegetables that you probably have in the garden. But first, this is Today on NBC.
Tom Mazzarelli.
Teach them.
And we are back with our Today Table series, and this morning we are cooking up a dish with a classic summer staple, squash. Who doesn't love squash? Joining us this morning, Today contributor Alejandro Ramos. And to cook this recipe at home, all you have to do is scan that QR code to get all of the ingredients that you need. Alejandro, always good to have you.
Love being here, Craig.
So if you're in the grocery store and you're picking out a zucchini, how do you know how to pick out the right zucchini or squash?
Well, I think for recipes like this, you want something that's kind of that sort of nice medium size. It's going to be a little bit sweeter. You want something that feels nice and firm. If it's a little flopsy or something like that, you don't want that. So this feels nice. This feels really good.
These are good.
Yeah, and this is, squash season is like if you're a gardener, once you get the squash, it's just coming in quick. So this is a great recipe to use it up. It's so much flavor. And you can use the yellow or the green or a mix of both, whatever you like, any kind of summer squash. It comes in other shapes too.
All right.
And for this, we're going to dice it. I like the dice because we're using a shortcut pasta.
Shortcut. And why are we using the shortcut pasta?
Mostly because I like it.
Okay. Good enough reason.
Use what you like.
But you could use it.
It's my favorite pasta shape. We're using an orecchiette. But what I like it, so you really want to just get that kind of small shape, right? Like that small dice. So basically, whenever you're doing like a short pasta, you want the veggies to be about the same size.
Okay.
As
So they
the
cook
pasta.
evenly.
So they cook evenly. And so it's also just kind of a nice feel when you're cooking.
Right.
So this is like a nice little small dice here. We've got some aromatics. That's your onions, right? Cooking in some butter and olive oil. I like a nice mix of both.
There's some garlic.
Put that garlic in there. Once the onions are soft, the garlic, you just want to let it go until it's fragrant. So you pop it in. The minute you smell it, it's ready to go. Little chili flakes. You can skip them if you don't like heat. I like heat. So we're putting that in there. Do you guys get a little bit of spice in there?
Oh, yeah. Just a little bit.
Yeah, that's
good. I love it.
A little lemon, too.
A little lemon, yes. Great flavors. And then we can pop all of these nice zucchini diced in here.
Okay.
And then the reason we're cooking the zucchini first is because you want to get that moisture out of it, right? Zucchini has a lot of liquid in it. So you want it to cook down. That concentrates that sweetness. And it just works out really well. And then that way you're not going to get like a watery sauce.
So roughly how long are we going to cook it here?
So we're going to go about, it depends on the younger the zucchini, the quicker it cooks, but you want to do 3 to 7 minutes depending on how small it is. The bigger ones might be a little bit tougher and they'll take a little bit longer.
And the tomatoes?
Yeah, so we're going to do a little bit of salt in there too.
Okay.
And then we're also going to do some cherry tomatoes. You could do grape tomatoes. I love to pop these in there too. And then what's great about these is you throw them in whole. The heat from the cooking is going to kind of soften them.
Oh, yes.
They might burst a little. You might hear them popping. Don't get scared. That's good.
Don't be scared.
Don't be scared.
This is your favorite pasta?
This is my favorite pasta shape. It's called orecchiette. It means little ears in Italian.
Orecchiette.
Orecchiette. It's fun to say, right?
It is. Orecchiette.
Orecchiette.
What's the word, Al?
It's fantastic.
You can also just call it fantastic.
That's right. That word.
But any kind of shortcut, like the short, small shape pasta, a ziti, a penne, a cavatelli, whatever you want will work too. So you're going to cook it a minute or two less than the package directions because you want it to finish it off in the sauce.
Okay. And are we reserving some pasta water?
Yes. Always reserve pasta water. It's like liquid gold. I'm going to bring this over here. Gonna dump this out.
And why do we reserve the pasta water again, Alejandro?
So we call it liquid gold because the pasta water has a little bit of that salt that you added, and it also has that starchiness, right, that it absorbs from the pasta, and so it's gonna create a sort of natural creaminess, and it's gonna help. So once you add sauce, it's gonna help. Like if you need to thin it out a little bit or thicken it up. So this over here is our kind of reserved pasta water.
Okay.
And you don't need tons. Like I always pull out a cup before I do the pasta.
Okay.
And like pro tip, get the pasta water cup out first because otherwise you'll forget. Dump it all down the drain and you're like, no, there goes my gold.
Do you get the pasta water after the pasta has been cooked in it?
After it's been cooked,
not before you.
So yeah, that's when it's got all that great starch in it. It's fantastic.
So we're going to add this straight to the pan.
Right into the pan. We're cooking it in the pan. That's why we let it cook a little bit shorter first so that it can finish off.
And that's just Greek yogurt there?
This is just Greek yogurt. So you're getting a creamy sauce, but no heavy cream or anything like that. You're gonna get the creaminess just from it. And also the Greek yogurt has like a really nice tang. That said, do the full fat Greek yogurt.
Do full fat.
I'm not that virtuous. So this isn't like a skinny pasta recipe.
And here's your pasta water.
Pasta water,
how much
which you
butter
can
is
use
that?
to like thin it out as needed. Butter also works to add a little bit of extra creaminess if you'd like. You can also skip this if you don't need it.
Why would you?
And the lemon that you mentioned, Al, that's a little fresh lemon zest. You get so much flavor from lemon zest, much more than you do from juice itself.
That is quite tasty.
Finish it off with some fresh herbs.
What if you wanted to add a little protein to it, Alejandro?
Oh, absolutely. You can do chickpeas if you want to keep it vegetarian for Jacob. Or you can do
blowing up my spot.
You can do a little chicken if you want.
Is there some
you can
mint
do
in this?
Yes, there's a little bit of fresh mint. I love it. I call it kind of like a garden zucchini pasta, right?
yummy. Well done, Alejandro.
Pull out all those great summer flavors.
Thank you.
Super delicious.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alejandra.
By the way, again, to buy all of the ingredients, all you have to do is scan that QR code, or you could do it the old-fashioned way. It's today.com/todaytable. We should mention Today does earn a commission from purchases through our links. And stick around. Alejandro is back in the next hour with not one, but two more delicious summer squash recipes.
Wow.
But first, this is Today on NBC.
So, Alejandra,
yes.
I went to Italy and I'm back on the
Today Celebrates is sponsored by Dunkin'. Enjoy your coffee at home with the new Bold and Smooth Dunkin' Cold Brew Coffee Concentrate.
Back now, we've got today's Plaza picks. Brooke and Shannon are here on a mother-daughter trip from Toronto.
Brooke and Shannon, how about these guys? I enjoyed meeting this group of teachers from the Bethalo School District in Illinois. Give it up for them enjoying their last few weeks of summer break.
Oh, they are. They're a wild bunch over there. And here we've got Lauren, Jeff, and baby Emma. She just turned 1 today. She got a mouthful of the most cute teeth, too. Happy birthday, Emma.
All right. And now, thanks to our sponsor, Dunkin', we're waking up and smelling the coffee. We'll look at how you at home like to enjoy one of your favorite drinks. So let's meet some viewers. First up, we've got Katie from Boston. Enjoys her cup of joe out of not her mug, but instead her husband's. And she's always proud to show off pictures of her adorable son, Wiley. Check out Maya, out and about in New York City. Flies through her errands with an iced coffee in hand. Who doesn't like an iced coffee? And say hello to Jimmy in New England, having a royally good morning, drinking homemade coffee from his Buckingham Palace mug. Thanks to these beautiful folks for sending in their pics.
Wow. Okay. Do you guys remember when we had the virtual plaza during COVID?
Yeah, of course.
Remember we had a whole bunch of people who came and waved? Okay. So this family, see these little ones right here, Liam, Hunter, and Breck? This was them on the virtual plaza.
Oh, my
And this is them on the real plaza.
Whoa.
Hi, guys. How
been a
are
while.
you? Where are you guys?
Fort Myers, Florida.
Well, we're happy to see you guys in person. Is it fun being here on the Today Show in person?
Yes.
Oh, yes, it is. Well, we're so happy you all came. Thank you guys for spending it with us. How cool is that?
big they are.
You guys got so tall.
That's so big. You're so, oh, wow.
They are
Oh,
standing
hold
up
on. Come on. I don't know if we have to. You got
have
to meet
time.
this wonderful
Okay,
woman. She's
come.
been watching the Today Show.
Oh, yes.
Since when? How long?
1969.
We saw you in the open. Wow. Where do you live?
Leesburg, Virginia.
So you've watched it through all of these years. What brings you back?
This is my first day. This is on my bucket list. Coming here to see you guys. And
Wow.
Well, we're so happy to
You
hear
gotta
you.
get her
Is this
a
your
mug.
mom? Yeah. Okay. Does she make you watch the Today Show? Now you have to too.
It was never made. I wanted to watch the
Yeah.
We didn't even plan
We're
that.
talking
Give me a
about
high five.
All right, you
Thank
are.
for
Al's
coming,
right.
love.
We're going to bring you some mugs.
Yes,
so
we
you can,
will.
remember
Absolutely.
this
Thank
day.
you.
Ahead on our fourth hour, an executive coach will share her 3 most important secrets to success.
All right, first though, coming up in the third hour, Vicky Nguyen is back, and she's back with even more ways to save on that back back-to-school shopping, or as you call it, the best
time of the year. And we got Jim Gaffigan coming up in the third hour.
But first, your local news, some weather, and these messages.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
This morning on the third hour of Today, sail away. Back to school shopping's here, but before you buy, we're going to tell you where to find the best deals and what you absolutely should not do. Plus, the United States of soccer. Ryan Reynolds' Wrexham team drawing huge crowds in L.A., Messi mania in Miami, and the U.S. women shining at the World Cup. We're live to break down this summer of soccer. And our buddy, comedian Jim Gaffigan, live in Studio 1A, filling us in on his brand new stand-up special and his new passion of gardening. Today, Tuesday, July 25th, 2023. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the third hour of Today. I'm Al Craig, back from a terrific summer vacation, and our good buddy Vicki Wynn joins us this morning. Chanel, Dylan are off. We're actually going to check in with Dylan. If you've been following her Instagram, her vacation has been eventful. But first of all, it's good having you back from God's Country, that great family thing you do every year.
Hilton Head, baby. We went down last week, whole family, me and my younger brother and my older brother's widow and all their kids. Oh, this is a picture of Dell and Sibby on the beach with cousins.
Cousins are the best.
A lot of cousins hanging out together, beach pool. Went to play golf with my uncle who's in the middle there.
It's a good-looking group.
My younger brother on the far right. My dad rides his bike on the beach every year. And then Lindsay, for the first time, organized a family tennis outing.
Is she competitive?
What a surprise. Come on.
So she had a little tennis outing. But it was great. I mean, it was, like 95 degrees. Lindsay actually captured this shot of Dell.
Oh, that's great.
Catching a football in the ocean.
He looks like a teenager
awesome
there.
Shot.
Oh, wow, it
goes fast.
So tall. It's actually kind of sad. But we had a good time, but it's good to be back.
It's good to have you. And again, what a terrific interview with Magic Johnson while you were on vacation. But no matter where you are on vacation, just about it seems like you can't escape the heat. Here in the U.S., more than 41 million people are under heat alerts again today. Dangerous temperatures now creeping east, and we're not alone. Overseas, Europe, they're dealing with triple-digit heat and wildfires. Well, as we mentioned, our buddy Dylan is on a big family trip in Italy and got to experience it firsthand. So, Dill, I've been following your Instagram. Lost luggage, triple-digit heat, and wildfires.
If only my family traveled with a meteorologist, maybe we could have avoided this. I can't even explain to you guys how hot it is. You know when you open up an oven and it's real hot, it gets that blast of hot air like in the face? That's what it feels like when you walk outside. So right now we're in Catania. We're staying in Sicily. Yesterday, people were posting pictures of it reading 51 degrees Celsius. That's 119 degrees. Today, we were supposed to go on a tour to a town called Syracuse in Sicily. That yesterday got up to 114 degrees. It's the hottest temperature ever in Europe, and we happen to be here. So we're not going to do that tour today. It's just too hot with the kids. We've got all the people here. But just driving around, you can smell the smoke in the air, and there are so many wildfires, not just, breaking out in rural areas, but the airport at Catania, it was shut down for a couple days because of a fire. There's a fire out near Palermo Airport, which is where we're headed to next. That was all shut down because of the fires, too. So, I mean, it's not just the heat, it's the dangerous heat that's causing those fires, too. It's really it's just bizarre here. It's nothing they've ever experienced before.
Well, and then on Instagram, Dee, I read that you've had a bit of a luggage issue as well.
All right, so we're traveling with 16 people. We've lost 13 pieces of luggage. Last night, my boys just got their luggage. Brian got his. I still don't have any luggage. The hotel was nice enough to actually give us like nightgowns and stuff. So I took my bathrobe, tied it around my waist, tucked it over the, kind of untucked the nightgown a little bit just to make myself a dress, because I've been wearing the same pants since Friday, which is like washing them in the sink. I'm hanging them outside like they do here. I've been washing them out. Calvin, I just straight up cut the bottom of his pants off and just turned his into shorts. I mean, I just went back to the airport today. I said, it says my luggage is here. They said my luggage is here. They're like, your luggage isn't here. No idea where my luggage is. But we're having a great time. It's
That's
16
good.
of us. We're laughing at it at this point. We've been able to do some tours before it gets too hot. And Calvin, I will say, has eaten the best gluten-free pizza of his life. Wow. Like the biggest smile on his face. I mean, we're really having a great time.
That's great.
It's just like killer hot.
Well, the good news is that over there, they've got a lot of air conditioning, so.
Just go
if you find it out, let me know.
I will. But on the other hand, you are traveling with a cameraman, so that works out pretty good.
It is good.
Tell
He's
Fish
like,
we
let's
said
wrap this
hi.
up. It's a little hot.
All righty.
Thanks.
Everybody says hi,
Good.
Bryce.
Safe travels.
Okay, we'll see you when you get back. Oh, thanks, Fish. Good to see you. Okay,
Bye, guys.
so if you're on summer vacations, that means one thing is right around the corner. Back to school and sales already popping up. But we've got an expert right here with us at the table anyway. Vicki Nguyen put on her senior consumer hat and investigative hat for us for just a moment.
Hi.
You've got such a skill set. Such a skill set.
You're very kind. I'm still thinking about Dylan. She's making it work with her nightgown and a tank top, basically.
Perfect.
Oh,
So, Vic, a lot of sales have already started. So how do you get the best bang for your buck? But more importantly, how do you keep from overspending?
Yeah, a couple of things here, Al. We talked to a money-saving expert, Andrea Warrock, and she said something I've talked about, which is shop your own closets first,
Yes.
right?
Mhm.
Especially when it comes to school supplies. The kids probably didn't use all the index cards, the papers, the Post-its. So take stock of what you have first, and then go with a list always, whether it's groceries or school supplies. You will not overspend if you get just the items that are on your list. And finally, don't bring the kids. Leave the kids at home. We know from a recent survey from Slick Deals that parents spend on average $50 more.
I can believe it.
With all the
That
begging
sounds
and
low.
the adding and yeah, exactly. So leave the kids at home. That's another way to keep the budget down.
Amazon, Target, some of those places have any special deals?
Yeah, right now Amazon has its Amazon Basics school supplies line, 40% off of those items, and a deal for if you spend $50, you get 20% off. So that's $10 on things like tissues, hand sanitizer, wipes, paper towels. Those are things you can also contribute to the classroom to help the teachers as well if you're able. At Target, you just hit the dollar bin. Crayons, scissors, all kinds of markers under $1 for those items. And then you can get a one-time discount for 20% off an entire purchase. This is so helpful if you're a college student. You go to the website, you register, you get this coupon, and you buy everything in one go. That little mini fridge, the microwave.
Do they have like a list or anything?
Whatever you may need. No,
Oh,
they
I
have a
see.
suggested list, but get what you want. You know, because when you're going off to college, that's the big spending, right? You got to outfit that dorm room. And then Walmart's doing 14 items under $13.
What about tech? I mean, especially if you're going off, to your point, going off to college, or even high school now, you might have to buy that laptop. You might have to buy that iPad. Any special deals for tech?
So starting with Best Buy, they have up to $600 off their Windows laptops, as well as some of their tablets and things like that, which is great. Apple always has its educator pricing plan, which is fantastic for rising college students, parents of college students, and educators. You get up to $150 back in cash or in gift cards for Apple if you buy one of their laptops or their MacBooks or their iPads rather, and also 20% off of their warranty program. And then finally, you've got Microsoft. They're giving you half off of their Microsoft 365 personal program, which is a program that has Word, Excel, PowerPoint, all the software that you
It's like
need.
an office suite except
Exactly,
personal.
and a terabyte of cloud storage, all of this stuff that you'll need as a college student, all 50% off.
So, Vic, I know Florida has started a tax-free week, and a lot of states are. What are the items where you might want to think about holding off on buying, not getting right now?
Yeah, if you are one of the 17 states that has a tax-free holiday holiday. Look that up, circle that date in red on your calendar. That's the day to do all of your shopping, because you will save anywhere from 4 to 10% because the state won't collect sales tax on those items. Wait when it comes to clothes. You want to buy your summer clothes on clearance at the end of summer. Same with sporting goods. Better yet, buy those things secondhand from places like Play It Again Sports, eBay, Craigslist. You'll save a bundle on sporting goods, and oftentimes it's like the kid has kicked the ball once.
Right.
They've used the bat a couple of times. That thing is brand new.
You just bought, you said a lacrosse
I did.
stick?
Yes, my daughter is in love with it, and it's barely been used.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Victor, great tips. Thank you.
I always forget that you started that list long ago.
The Craigslist?
Yeah, it's really helpful.
And I love it when people, people use it for good.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Don't use it for anything nefarious. This year, some of that back-to-school shopping, it might include something new. Soccer jerseys. Soccer is having a moment.
Yeah, it is.
The sport has picked up here in the United States this summer especially. NBC's Kaylee Hartung is live to fill us in. So much happening with soccer, Kaylee.
So much, yeah, Craig. We've all been watching this happen as soccer has steadily been growing in popularity here in the U.S. for the past decade or so. But this summer, you said it, is different. The U.S. women's national team looks like it's going for a World Cup three-peat. One of the greatest players ever just arrived here in the U.S. And now some Hollywood magic is drawing even more fans into this beautiful game.
Football is reaching a fever pitch in America this summer. Over the weekend, fans in Los Angeles wildly cheering on Wrexham AFC, visiting from across the pond for 4 exhibition matches. The Red Dragons from Wales beating the hometown LA Galaxy 2 4-0, showing why Wrexham has the fastest growing football fan base in the country.
Team from Wales turned 2 American kids into soccer fans.
Just 3 years ago, Wrexham was struggling in obscurity until some Hollywood magic changed their fate. Actors Ryan Reynolds from Deadpool and Rob McElhenney, who created and stars in It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, joined forces and bought the team for a reported $2.5 million.
It really is about putting Rex on a world stage to build this team, and it's an underdog story, and that's something I love.
The underdog's charming in the docuseries Welcome to Wrexham, later earning a big promotion to a higher league.
As people said at the beginning, why Wrexham? Why Wrexham? This is exactly why Wrexham.
The storyline reminiscent of Ted Lasso's fictional AFC Richmond.
And the fans are storming onto the pitch, and you simply cannot blame them.
It has truly been the greatest privilege and joy of my life. It's exciting and wonderful and beautiful and terrible, and I'm riddled with anxiety and also hope and optimism and joy.
New fans made of those who knew little about the game and even less about Wrexham.
I really wasn't a sports person, but I watched the documentary. I fell in love with Wrexham.
Giving a major boost to the team's profile and the local economy, with tourists eager to visit the small Welsh community.
It's just been wonderful. It's a one-team town, so it's the heartbeat of the community. So the community's thriving.
Enthusiasm for the sport in the U.S. reaching new heights, with Lionel Messi's Major League Soccer debut for his new team, Inter Miami. The greatest soccer player in the world living up to the hype.
Messi!
Scoring Friday night's game-winning goal against Cruz Azul at the 94th minute, sending the star-studded crowd into a frenzy. And now a chance for the U.S. to make history on the global stage, as the women's national team aims for a 3rd consecutive World Cup title. More American fans than ever finding new excitement on the pitch.
And the U.S. women will be back in action tomorrow against the Netherlands, a rematch on the biggest stage. The U.S. beat them in the last World Cup final 4 years ago, and they are 2 of the top teams in this tournament once again. Guys, we're going to want to watch that one.
We are going to be watching, Kaylee. Thanks so much.
we're back with our series Tune Up Tuesday, and our buddy Jacob Soboroff here, he just laced up his sneakers and tagged along with a really special running club.
Very special, and I am a man in need of a tune-up, so I'm glad for the Tune Up Tuesday. This is a one-of-a-kind run through an iconic section of LA that you've probably seen in some Hollywood classics, but this club is not just running for the view. They are also making really extraordinary strides in their community. So for 10 years, you guys on every Wednesday night have shown up here at Mariachi Plaza in the heart of Boyle Heights.
Yeah, rain or shine.
They call themselves the Boyle Heights Bridge Runners, a running club started in 2013 with a few friends who wanted to stay in shape.
I always have to stop and appreciate the view every week.
Crossing an iconic Los Angeles landmark that's a bridge to both the past and the future for the community of mostly Latino residents. Why did you decide to do it here?
One, it's our space, and the other part is like, you have an amazing backdrop, right? Like our gym is this community. Everybody say hi to Jacob.
I met up with the group's co-leader, Rolando Cruz, and the runners who travel together 3 miles each week over the 6th Street Bridge. What's it like for you when you run across it?
You know, this is my city. This is a community that I love. With all of its challenges and with all of its greatness and all of its flaws, I don't want to be anywhere else but here.
The location was made famous in movies like Grease and Terminator 2. Then it was torn down and reopened in 2022. What was it like for you as a kid to grow up in this neighborhood?
I'm a product of a single mom growing up here during the 80s and 90s when, you know, gang violence was at a height in Los Angeles. Specifically in this community, it was super challenging. But I think it was a part of the reasons why I love it, because this community has overcome so much.
Today, the club regularly has 60 to 100 runners who come out all year long, from beginners to athletes. What's your day job?
So I'm a massage therapy. Human resources. I work as a barista.
I work in the clothing industry.
It's easy to fall into the cycle of going home, turning on TV, eating a burger. It's a challenge to get up and say, I'm going to run 3 miles with strangers along the bridge and under the freeways. An area like Boyle Heights has been impacted by a lot of challenging health issues, the highest rates of diabetes, cholesterol, all of these things that can affect our community.
Many, including Rolando, who's finished 4 LA marathons, become serious runners.
If you would have told me, you know, before this, if I would run a marathon, I would be like, you're out of your mind.
When you look around today, you know, what do you see here?
I see people that are every day fighting for themselves, fighting to stay afloat, fighting to provide for their families. And I know that because that's me, right? Dale gas! All right, everybody, have a great run. Let's go! The burden of this community is heavy, and to be able to provide a space for folks to let some of that pressure go and have a release that is inspiring for folks, I think has been really meaningful for me, and I think it's a testament of love. Vamos.
And there are definitely some very fast runners in this group.
This is what it feels like when everybody's passing you. All right, we're what, like third of the way?
Yeah, just about.
How you feeling?
Oh, great. How are you feeling?
I feel great. I think I feel okay.
There we go.
There we go. After you.
So this is a view that people don't often see. The underbelly of the 6th Street Bridge.
It's beautiful. 3 more blocks.
And finally, the end was in sight.
I made it. I think.
Everybody's sweaty.
There we go.
And happy. We love stories and we meet a lot of people. This group of people is one of the most incredible group of people that I've ever spent time around. They think it's important to give back. They often raise funds to help teachers and kids in need. They combine exercise and friendship. It is a home run for the community. And I just want to say thank you to the Boyle Heights Bridge Runners for inviting me out. It was a really special experience to be from LA and get to see it in that way.
That's so cool.
Yeah, and I didn't throw up at the end.
That's which is always good.
You're training for a half marathon, right?
Yeah, like blowing up my spot left and right on the show today. Yes, I'm trying, but
have you watched our show?
Yeah, it's true. And I promise not to wear tights ever again on television.
Oh, you're fine. Stop it.
Thank you.
All right. Coming up next, we're excited to catch up with comedian Jim Gaffigan, hear all about his new special. He's going to be touring with Jerry Seinfeld. So much more when the third hour of today comes back in just 30 seconds. 60. Make it 60.
treat this morning, y'all, because we are catching up with the incredibly talented and always funny Mr. Jim Gaffigan.
Yes, he is an Emmy-winning entertainer. He has just received Variety's Creative Impact in Comedy Award, and he's also just released his 10th comedy special. It is called Dark Pale on Amazon Prime. I know, you wouldn't think he could already have 10 under his belt.
I know, and I'm only 23.
It's unbelievable, but he looks fantastic. Fans of Jim know he's not afraid to poke fun at himself and his family.
I have 5 kids. They think I'm good at parenting, which is kind of like assuming people with lots of cats are not crazy. I have no idea what I'm doing, and there's no learning curve. It's not like when you learn from one child, you can apply to another one, because kids are annoying. They're like individual humans with their own interests. I encounter this constantly. I'm like, all right, you want to play basketball, you want to do parkour, and you want to do karate. Well, you're all doing basketball. Because this guy is only making one trip.
Jim, good to see you.
Good to see you, too.
So watch the special, and as usual, very funny, but I'm a little surprised. And I know it's a morning show, but you kind of go in very heavy on...
Al?
Diarrhea. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, Al, as an artist, there are different mediums and there are different tools. And good morning, everyone. You know, diarrhea is a theme that I've played with for 10 specials, and I think it's a consistent one, and I think it's important because there isn't an age where it isn't simultaneously gross and funny. Good morning, everyone. Diarrhea.
Okay, I'm going to shift gears a little bit. I was going to say something. Craig made an observation, and I would agree. Your comedy is pretty wholesome. We can watch it with the family. In our family, my husband is actually an anesthesiologist.
Oh, wow.
So that's how we discovered you, that bit that you do, which is spot on.
Oh, thank you.
So here you are, 10 specials in. How do you find inspiration from the things that we can all relate to, like parenting?
Well, thank you. You know, a lot of it is I do what Jesus tells me to do. But, you know, no, some of it is, I mean, comedy is self-assignment. So with every special, I'm kind of challenging myself. But there is, you know, I am who I am. And, you know, in a lot of ways, I'm just very lucky that I can do what I do. But it's easier to just kind of do the stand-up I do. I mean, I wish I was more radical. But I'm just kind of this, I'm just a, you know, a good-looking guy.
Yeah, very handsome.
Every man, yeah. Exactly.
Especially with those glasses.
Right? I'm all grown up now.
While we have you here, I do have to ask you about the strike. And in fact, you're the first celebrity that we've had on the show in a while because of the strikes in Hollywood. As someone who has been, you know, a director, you've just an actor, so many different capacities, a writer. What's the outcome that you're hoping for?
Well, I think that, I mean, obviously, I think every actor and writer, which are both of those things, want to reach an equitable conclusion. And I think that this could fall into a perception battle where, you know, I don't think portraying CEOs as money-grubbing monsters, which they are, is going to solve it. I really think that... you know, being a working actor has changed really dramatically. Yeah. I mean, I used to make my living doing commercials. I don't think that's a possibility now. I think being a journeyman actor is a real difficult path right now. And I'm fortunate because I'm an actor and a comedian that I can have kind of 2 incomes and I can get away from my family. But you know, the path of a working actor, it's really no joke, and it's serious. And you know, being a writer, it's just about fairness, really.
We should mention that Comcast, which owns our parent company, NBC Universal, is one of the entertainment companies represented by the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers, and some news group employees are represented by SAG-AFTRA and the WGA.
All right, now that we've taken care of that, you're getting ready to go back out on tour again, and even doing some shows with Jerry Seinfeld.
Yeah, you know, I want to help the comedians that people don't know about. Jerry Seinfeld is one of, you know, I just feel like America would love him. No, but Jerry and I, we had been talking about doing shows together for a while now, and he's just such a brilliant comedic mind. I selfishly, I mean, I'm going to love doing the shows, but talking to Jerry is kind of like talking to a comedy Aristotle. You just get into theoretical thinking
And for the show, how will you go back and forth, or one do one set?
We haven't necessarily figured that out, but it'll definitely be, 2 big chunks from each of us. But I don't know, Jerry, I would never. I'm going to follow his lead. He's going to have some interesting ideas. As long as it doesn't involve me singing, I'm on board.
What's this, before we let you get out of here, this gardening thing that we've heard about? This hobby?
I'm the best gardener in North America.
Really?
And a lot of people don't know that.
No one knew that.
We're learning a lot of things today.
See, these are some of the things I grew.
You're kidding.
And I put them on my Instagram, and people are like, what happened to you? Because I don't eat any of these things. I just grow them.
Yeah.
Pretty good looking.
Did you pick this up during the pandemic, or have you always?
Yes, it was totally the pandemic, and I love it.
Yeah.
It is so
Renaissance
meditative, and we initially started it because I wanted to do an activity with my kids, and my kids never went out there, so it's just
there you go. There you go.
Perfect.
It's like getting a dog, only you can eat that. All right.
Very cool. It was so nice to meet you.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Say hi to Jeannie for us. Okay. The special Jim Gaffigan Dark Pale, available now on Amazon Prime.
Coming up, these really are the dog days of summer, y'all. How to keep your pets safe in the heat, and a trick to make sure they're actually getting enough water. We'll talk about that then a little bit later. Our series, Double It Up. Handy kitchen gadgets like the handy blender that does, I'm not sure what a blender can do besides blend, but we'll find out later.
Oh.
Third hour of today, right back after this.
Y'all.
So fun. That was
Appreciate
awesome.
it.
Thank you.
We're back now with help for our furry friends to weather these dog days of summer.
Yes, across the country, people are dealing with record heat, and that means our pets are struggling too, especially dogs. Here to show us how to keep them safe and to spot when they need help, international dog trainer and canine educator Tom Davis. Tom, good to have you.
Tom.
So first up, let's just talk about these temperatures. How do we keep our dogs safe when, even if we're not in one of the hottest parts of the country, what are some things we need to keep in mind?
Well, the first thing is that unfortunately takes the lives of many dogs in the country is cars.
Yeah.
Got to make sure that if you're gonna leave your dog in a car for whatever reason, that they have somebody in the car with them to make sure that the AC didn't get shut off or the car didn't automatically shut off with all the technology we have now.
And even cracking the window is not enough.
No, it's not enough. Even anything past 70 degrees can be ultimately deadly for a dog left in a car.
Right.
So people don't really take that into consideration as they're going in to get their groceries. Remember your dog.
And what about walking your dogs?
Yeah, so if you live in a place where it gets 100 plus degrees like we're seeing in Arizona, record-breaking temperatures, or even here in New York, it still gets hot. So you want to go out in the early morning where it's not so hot, and then maybe later in the evening where, again, temperatures cool down so it's a little bit safer for the dogs. And then, of course, staying in the shade. That's going to be really huge as you're walking. If you can find shade, if you can find trees, and then pavement too, that's not so hot.
Right.
And then the never shave your dog thing.
Yeah, what's that?
Exactly. A lot of people are like, what does that mean?
Right.
So typically dogs will have two coats, an insulator coat, the fluffy coat, and then a guard hair coat, which is the coarse coat.
Okay.
If we shave a dog with an insulator coat and a guard hair coat, what ends up happening is we're taking away all that natural insulation.
Oh, that keeps them cool.
Exactly. So now the dog has no protection. So then the sun comes down, it makes them hotter.
Oh.
So the coat can actually insulate them for the better, to keep them cool.
Really good to know. I'm going to turn you around,
Yeah.
Al.
Hey, real quick, what happens
Yeah.
if you actually see a dog unattended in a car?
It's a good question. If anybody sees a dog unattended in a car, what you want to do is call 911. They will then dispatch animal control or dispatch an officer to come out to help you out or find the person in the store.
All right, let's keep our dogs hydrated.
Yeah. So there's so many different things. I mean, it sounds simple, right? Give your dog water. But some dogs don't really drink enough water. They're puppies. They're having fun. They're running with their buddies. So we actually have some things over here that we're going to go over.
And you've got Quincy here, too.
That's right.
Yeah,
A little
Quincy.
multi-poo from Tracy, our production managers.
Quincy's here. So here we actually have, you see this, Al?
Quincy knows.
Quincy's like, that's the food. So we actually soaked up some kibble, if your dog eats kibble, with some water. And then what it does is it actually absorbs that water, so it gives the dog an opportunity to have that water, even if they're not sitting there drinking water.
Yeah.
And we also...
Electrolytes?
Yes, it's crazy. So now we have everything for dogs now, which is great. So you actually have electrolytes that you can take, just like you put that stuff in your water at home. You could actually put the electrolytes right in the water like that. Boom.
Perfect.
You like that, Quincy?
No, Quincy's thinking, where's the food?
This is rotisserie chicken flavor, so maybe Quincy's more of a...
Quincy's like,
yeah.
Now we're talking.
There you go.
So, I mean, so here's the thing, Tom. I mean, dogs don't sweat like humans sweat.
No.
So how can you tell if a dog is having trouble, if a dog might be suffering from heat exhaustion?
It's a good question. So yeah, dogs don't sweat. They can't sweat. So you're looking for their mouth to be bright red. So typically it's like a bubblegum pink. It's a natural color. They're going to be panting, obviously.
Okay.
You can even see a dog get so hot and overheated that they'll start vomiting. And what that is dogs are actually trying to cool themselves down by removing stuff in their system to cool themselves down. Bloodshot eyes, lethargic, being tired. All these things are signs of...
So look for
And we got
not
some
all those
interesting-
things,
we
right?
got some interesting
you don't want to wait
products.
for all those
Right.
signs.
One of those things could be signs of that.
And go to our website. We got some products. You can check it out to help keep you cool and everything like that at today.com. Tom, thanks so much.
Yeah.
Oh, we didn't get a chance to spend any time with you.
Yes.
This is Koji.
Koji.
Yeah.
Koji, next segment.
That's right. You can co-anchor.
We will work you in. Coming up, our series Double It Up. Some tech products that serve more than one purpose, like the cables that can jumpstart your car, and a whole lot more. And then a little bit later, some flat-out delicious quesadillas with a summertime twist that you could make tonight. Third hour today, right back after this. Sorry, Koji. All week in our series Double It Up, we have been sharing products that serve more than one purpose. And this morning, we have some handy kitchen and tech gadgets that you're going to love. Joining us, Nicole Papantonio, Good Housekeeping's Kitchen Appliances Lab Director. Nicole, I didn't butcher the last name.
You got it right. Thank you so much.
Let's start with this handheld blender that's not just for soups. What is this gadget?
This is the Breville Control Grip, and it has a lot of different attachments. So first off, we have the blending attachment, and we're going to use it to blend a smoothie. So it can actually go through frozen fruit like you see here. We're going to start on the first speed, like how you're standing back on purpose. But this tall container actually helps prevent splatters.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Yeah, no, that's not going anywhere.
No, and I could increase the speed.
Oh, yeah.
So you hear that suction. And you can add a little more water.
And what else can
and
it
blend
do?
it up. And then aside
you
from
can
this,
whisk with it.
Yes.
Should I whisk this?
You can
Can I
try.
do it? Can I-
You
Sure,
definitely
go for
can. It might splatter a little bit, but it's the nature of it. And at least you're not doing it by hand.
How do you turn it on?
So you press up here. That's where the
Oh.
grip is.
All right.
So
Oh,
just
right.
press this button.
Tell me
Exactly.
when it's safe, Al.
And you want your whipped cream nice and cold, and it'll be much faster than doing it by hand.
Here's the thing. This is fun. Yeah, it's the fun kitchen
It
gadget.
is.
And then it's also like a mini food processor?
Yes, and that's one of my favorite parts. It chops parsley, garlic, herbs, purees, salsas, and then there's a lid.
And it
So you
doesn't
can
take
store
up a lot of room
That's
in the
great.
kitchen with
No,
that.
not at all.
Now here's
Lots of-
something we all have one
Yes,
of
these
the
are
set.
the Rubbermaid Brilliance containers, and these have won our kitchen
Okay,
awards.
Greg, we're trying to talk here. Thanks.
They've won our kitchen awards 2 different times. We love these because they're microwave safe,
Mm-hmm.
dishwasher safe, freezer safe, but you can put them in the oven up to 450 degrees.
So almost like from the oven to the table.
Exactly. Or you want to heat this up with some cheese, take the lid off, and you can do that.
Speaking of things that can do more than one thing, what is this bad boy?
This is the Zwilling Universal Lid. So I'm sure you know, rummaging for that perfect lid that fits onto the right pot. This fits on pots and pans 6 to 12 inches. So you see there's one with a handle, one with 2 handles, and it really fits across all of them.
6 inches, like a really tiny
Yeah,
guy?
it has all these little indentations in there, so it really gets
How do
nice
it know?
seal.
How do it know?
Or you
Here's-
can use
and
it
you
like
know what?
this.
That's perfect.
Simple also.
That's perfect if you don't have a lot of space in your kitchen.
Yeah, and even if you do, store the other ones away and just use this.
I love this idea.
What is that?
Tell us about this.
So it looks like a flashlight, and it is a flashlight. There's 2 different intensity levels, but it's a charger, so you can charge your appliances, but it's also a jump starter for your car. It's the Jumpstart 10-in-1 portable charger, and you can use it on your car. Our chief technology officer used it in the span of 1 month on 3 different cars, and it works.
And
That's
is it
crazy.
also a compass?
There's a compass, there's a thermometer, there's a bunch of different features.
You should have that in your car.
Yes,
It's
and just
super
make
handy.
sure it's charged. Every couple of months, check it to see that it's charged. So if you are in a pinch, you're good.
What is that?
Strobe
next?
effect?
Are those lanterns?
They're lanterns.
Oh, but they're more.
They are more. They're actually portable speakers. So you can bring these with you on the
that's
go or
cool.
when you're outside, and they link up to each other so you can have some outside, some inside, and everybody's listening to the same thing.
A whole surround sound system outside. Okay, what about this? This is like a little thing you can use as a scale for the kitchen, but also you say for luggage?
Right. So it's a handheld scale by Ozeri.
Okay.
And it has a setting in there that you can tear it first to see how heavy your luggage is. And the whole goal.
Without anything in it. Right?
Exactly. The goal is to try to make sure that you're not going over those limits.
Right.
It has a built-in measuring tape, so you can even measure the dimensions and make sure you're not getting any. And then
there's
as
a
you see,
propane tank.
yeah,
Yeah.
so you can use it for measuring how much gas is left in your propane tank. So if you're worried about, do I have enough left? Do I
Right.
need more? It'll help you determine that.
Nicole, this is your first time on the show.
Sure is.
And you crushed it.
Knocked it out of the park.
Great
Well
job.
done.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, guys, up next, we're going to stay in the kitchen. We're going to show you how to make a summertime pizza that looks almost too good to eat. Almost. We'll be right back.
This Breville thing.
We are back with our series Today Table, and this time we're going to put a summer spin on 2 classic dishes using the seasonal vegetable we all love, squash. You can cook this recipe with us. Scan the QR code to get all the ingredients you need. Today, contributor Alejandra Ramos is here with us today.
Hi.
It is good to see you.
Always a joy to be with you all.
All right, so what's our first recipe?
All right, so we are starting off with a summer squash quesadilla.
Ooh.
Keeping it cheesy. So thank you. Oh, Craig, I love when I'm cooking with you. So you to get our, well, first you would have done the onions first, but it's
sorry.
okay. It's okay.
Onions first.
No worries,
Aromatic
Craig.
first,
You're
Craig.
good. You're all good.
It's fine. It's all
Pretend we did the onions first, then the squash. Now, whenever you're working with something like summer squash, it has a lot of liquid in there, so you want to cook it down.
Right.
Because you want the quesadillas to be cheesy, not soggy.
Right.
Not wet,
And
right?
you're using red onions, but you could use any onion.
Yes, I like the red because, you know, I like color. Yeah. I like
Of
it.
course.
I like to keep it bright.
That's it.
What's the best
We
kind
add
of cheese to use?
Oh, yeah. So also we want to do a little garlic in there, or a lot of garlic.
Right.
You want to cook everything down first, and then the garlic
Okay,
right at the
so
end,
it's
just
gonna
until
end
it's
up
fragrant.
looking like this.
It's gonna look like this, and then the
that's yummy.
cheese, Vicky.
Oh, wait, you
yeah, it's
haven't done
delicious.
eating.
I love Craig's like, I'm done. I put
Have
the
you met
zucchini
Craig
in.
Melvin?
Yeah, no, apparently not.
Craig's done cooking, so
Okay.
we're gonna swap. We're gonna do a little bit of cheese first. I'm
You
using
got flour, but could you use corn?
You can use corn, and that's actually a great tip. If you want to keep it gluten-free, you can swap in a corn
Okay.
tortilla. I like sandwich cheese first, then the squash filling,
Right.
and then you do cheese on top. That means that
More
keeps it all
cheese.
sort of, extra cheese, but also it means that it's going to stay together better, right? Because the cheese acts as the glue.
And then boom.
Boom, into our pan. I'm cooking it in butter. Also, if you want to add a little bit of heat, you can hit it with a little bit of a hot sauce. I like a chipotle hot sauce.
And you're
Gives a
gonna
good
flip
flavor. Cook it until it starts to shrink up a little bit. Cheese gets bubbly. You'll see it'll kind of like, it'll look almost like it's breathing.
Right.
That's when the cheese is cooking down there. You give it that flip.
Use a spatula? A big spatula?
Yes. Big spatula, yes. And then what we're going to do here is a little crema. A little spicy crema. So we've got some Greek yogurt here. You can also do sour cream.
Sure.
Smoked Spanish paprika, a little bit of chili powder, some ground cumin,
We've got to make sure we
and
leave
some
enough time for the pizza.
fresh
Okay.
lime juice and
Mix it all
zest.
up. Boom,
Mix
boom,
it all
boom, and you-
together.
And crema is
Delicious
different than
and
sour
wonderful.
cream.
All right.
Crema, exactly.
All right, what are we making here?
Here we've got some goat cheese and some heavy cream and a little bit of garlic.
Yeah.
And this is the base for our white pizza. So this is a zucchini white pizza. And you know, all these recipes you can use the white zucchini, the yellow zucchini, or the green, whatever you have.
Ooh, so good.
Do you want to get this nice and creamy and smooth? Pretend
use
that
for the dough?
For the dough, I bought it at the grocery
No shame.
store, Al.
Easiest way.
No shame.
No shame. So this kind of sauce, once it's nice and smooth, you kind of spread it out. This is goat cheese. You can swap in cream cheese, ricotta, whatever you prefer.
Really?
And it gives it really nice flavor. And then you layer in your zucchini. And what you want to
Sliced
do,
really thin.
slice super thin because
You
you,
can almost
want
see
it to
through it.
cook. Exactly.
Do you use a mandolin for that?
Translucent.
Is that a mandolin?
You're fancy.
Yes, sir. Mandolin is the way to do it. You can use a knife, but it is a lot more work. And you know, it's summer. Summer, we don't want to work. We just want to eat and feast.
Mandolin.
And so you got
And then
this,
some
onions.
thinly sliced shallots or onions. And then we also have the cheesy, you can do fresh mozzarella. I mean, like the part skim mozzarella. So that's the one that comes in the bag.
Little red
This
pepper.
just kind of gives it the pull
That's
better
perfect.
than the fresh.
Perfect
Wow.
for Meatless Monday.
So
Yes.
delicious.
This
Yeah,
is so
Meatless
good.
Monday. And you can add other stuff to it, but look how gorgeous that
That's
looks.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Alejandra,
Yummy.
thank you so much.
Thank you
always
guys.
bring it.
So I
Always
love to
bring
be
it.
here.
That's right. Well, you can buy all the ingredients for this recipe. Scan the QR code or head to today.com/table. We have to mention that Today earns a commission from purchases through the QR code or links on today.com. Third hour of Today. We'll be right back.
I'm glad that they don't give me scripts.
Thanks for being here today, Vic. Appreciate it.
Always a pleasure.
All right, well, coming up tomorrow, third hour, how to score last-minute summer travel deals.
And coming up on Hoda and Jenna, actor Andrew Rannells.
We will see you back here tomorrow, folks. Have a fantastic Tuesday.
Bye-bye.
star of Broadway and the big screen, actor Andrew Rannells, is here. Plus, the executive coach and author who's going to help you tap into your potential, Liz Tran. And hot couple alert, Tom Brady spotted with supermodel Irina Shayk. We're talking about their rumored romance.
It's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Hi guys, welcome. It is Tuesday. It is July the 25th. And this isn't just any Tuesday. This is the Tuesday after Jenna Bush Hager saw Barbie. So,
I went to the movie theaters.
You went to the movie theater. You saw Barbie.
I saw Barbie.
Okay, so first of all, before you tell me about the plot, which don't, because I want to see it myself.
Okay, I'll keep it in.
All the hype that's been out there, does it live up to it?
Yes.
Okay.
It does, but in a different way than you think it's going to.
Okay.
Like I cried, and I know I'm an easy crier. You know, Talia made fun of us for crying a lot yesterday.
Yeah.
I cried multiple times. It's beautiful. And I was next to Poppy, so it has a little mother-daughter.
Yeah,
I think most of it went over her head, to be honest. It's kind of for women of our age, you know?
So what did she think? What did Poppy think?
Although there's Poppy in her Barbie shorts.
Wait, did everyone deck out?
I tried to deck out.
What did you wear?
She wore Barbie shorts.
Yeah.
I wore a pink sweater. I'm not in that.
These are all the kids?
Yeah.
And they have so...
there I am.
Oh my God, look at your little crew.
It's my little crew. So they had so much fun. I mean, it's super visually compelling.
It must be
pink
stimulating,
and
yes.
crazy. But it's also just about what it means to be human.
Okay, I really want to see
what it means to be human, what it means to be a woman, what it means to be a mother, what it means, all of those things. And I was weeping, and I also have a bracelet that says, "Come on, Barbie, let's go party."
Come on,
that
Barbie,
my friend's
let's
daughter
go.
made me.
She made
and
it.
Brandi Carlile does a cover of Indigo Girls.
Wait, what? I love the Indigo Girls and Brandi.
Closer to Fine.
That's one of my songs.
I know.
That's
Closer I am to Fine.
Oh my God, can we play it? Do we
Did
have
that
it?
sound good?
No, it didn't. But
okay.
can we play it? Oh, I wish I had my phone.
So
here's yours.
That's fine.
Okay, will you just find it? Okay, but while we talk. Okay, you'll find it.
They'd rather
okay.
me not waste
They don't want
my
us
time.
to do that.
Anyway,
okay.
It was really fun, and you
I
should
love
go.
Closer to Fine.
And you could take Haley.
Could I?
There's like a couple. You know, there's a lot of talk about what is underneath the Barbie skirt.
Right, but it's
because
not. But
I've always wondered about that, but most of that goes over her head, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, all right.
Anyway, it was fun.
Is it there? They're finding it. Oh, I love that song.
Should we talk about this new Buzzy romance?
Yeah, but when the music comes, we'll revisit it because we have to pause the entire show to listen to Brandi Carlile's version of Closer to Fine. Oh my gosh. Okay.
So there's a Buzzy romance.
Everybody's talking about it.
We actually heard about this breaking news because Justin Sylvester knows all the gossip. And
yesterday.
He ran in yesterday.
We could not confirm it because we didn't have three sources.
And we're a news organization, so we have to be careful.
So now we can confirm because we have photos.
Tom Brady. And
Arena Shayk.
Yeah, Photo Nate knows how to say her name.
Of course he does.
They are generating headlines because they were photographed together in Los Angeles.
Seemed very giggly in the car. She's gazing.
Wow.
He looks happy. They allegedly spent some time together over the weekend. Our phrasing is spent the weekend together, but we don't know. Spent some time.
Yeah, I appreciate you
over
just
the weekend.
yeah. Anyway, the sighting comes 1 month after they both attended an A-list wedding.
In Sardinia?
In Italy. They were there.
Wow.
At a wedding.
Sources say somebody at the wedding, I guess, said that she made a beeline to him. But everyone has different interpretation.
Of what a beeline even looks like.
Or even if that happened, they were like, oh,
he,
look at her running toward.
By the way, he could have made a beeline towards her. We don't know. All we know is
they met and they seem
allegedly spent the weekend together.
They look very giggly. You know, that early stages of when you're like, wow.
There was one picture. But by the way, are we like as a society crazy that we're looking at pictures of them in a car and thinking they're dating?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But whatever. Here we are, where he was kind of brushing hair off her face.
Oh, he did that? I didn't see that picture.
It looked
intimate. Well, this is one of those things that everybody knows that he is an eligible bachelor and she is an eligible bachelorette. So
it goes with saying, you know, that his ex-wife is
a model,
a very famous supermodel.
That-
so is
yeah.
the new
person who may or may not be dating him.
Yeah.
That is kind of a funky thing. I mean, it would be as if Giselle started dating another football player, another quarterback.
Aaron
Rodgers. Or something like that.
That would be a little bit of a punch in the gut.
It would be a little bit weird to
I don't have much to compare it to this scenario.
But why don't you
because
try?
You know, we're not famous supermodels or dated any famous athletes. But my boyfriend, when I was a sophomore in high school.
Okay, this is really a stretch. Go
I know
on.
it is.
You're a high school boyfriend
I know
when
it
you're
is.
a sophomore.
He broke up with me because allegedly I had kissed somebody else.
Wait. When you use air quotes, that means something.
Allegedly.
Wait. I have a question for you to clear it up for your ex-boyfriend and for your high school. Did you kiss the other person?
Allegedly.
So you kissed somebody else and he found out.
And I got.
Oh, so at first you're like, he dumped me.
Well, he
didn't
did.
dump you.
We were seeing other people.
No, he didn't know you were until you kissed the other guy.
We were seeing other people. We were, but it made him mad. Okay.
What does seeing other people mean?
Well, I was 12. Okay. But anyway, so then I had gone. I was invited to go to prom. I was a sophomore.
With him?
He was a senior. With him. I had already purchased a dress. Okay. He dumps me from prom.
Because
he
you
calls
were
back. We were not serious. He calls back the prettiest girl that ever went to Austin High School.
Met with him. Yeah.
She was at Boston College at the time.
Oh, he brought back someone from college?
He brought back somebody from college.
Ooh, that was an ouch. But maybe you shouldn't allegedly have been kissing someone else.
Anyway, Giselle, I feel you.
Okay, wait, do we have the song? Okay, just
Did you
crank
ever
it.
take a shot at the hottest best
No,
friend?
I never did. I waited. Oh God, I already
Don't
love
you already love it?
I'm trying to tell you something.
I know it's chemical. I told you.
No, please don't stop playing it.
Maybe give me insight between black and white.
Love it, Brandi Carlile.
I could cry. I seriously could cry.
Best thing you've ever done for me.
And it's so beautiful.
Wait, oh God.
Is to help me take my life less seriously. Cause it's only life after all.
Brandi! Don't you love it? Uh-oh. Here come the tears. Don't you love it? Are you okay?
That's chemical. No. Let me tell you something about music. It is chemical.
I know.
It goes inside your system. That's amazing.
It's so good.
Maybe she'll come here and sing that song.
Brandi, will you please come?
With the Indigo Girls.
Yes.
Oh my God. Let's do a whole thing. That's
okay.
beautiful.
Well, not to change the subject
Go
from
ahead.
something really emotional to something
Frivolous.
trivial. But
Yep.
okay, here we go. Remember the girl dinner?
Oh yeah, eating hummus and carrots
I
from
like
your
that
fridge.
you make fun of it, but you know you'd do it if you could.
Well, I do it because there's nothing else to eat, but I would order before I would eat scraps from the fridge.
Okay, well, there's a new TikTok trend that actually seems much more up your alley. And no offense, it is the husband meal.
That kind of is more up my alley.
So the girl dinner is kind of like scrappy cheeses and such.
Cheeses and on
bites,
crackers, little light
bites,
bites.
pickles.
The husband dinner is what the husband does when his wife's at it. That's the girl
That's
dinner.
my dinner. Thank
Well,
you for pointing it out. How
Okay.
good it looks. Okay.
Olives and pickles. Okay, now this is a Hungry Man dinner. Remember the Hungry Man TV dinners?
Yes.
Oh my God. So.
Did you ever eat those?
I don't. Well, we did have TV dinners,
We
but
went
I don't.
to beef stroganoff.
Yeah,
Lean
the
cuisine,
one
maybe?
Lean Cuisine.
No,
yeah.
what was the other one?
Swanson's. Swanson's TV
And
dinners. Stovers.
Okay.
Okay. So anyway, if you're by yourself, would you choose to eat the Ritz crackers, the best Triscuits ever?
By the way,
or
your dish went viral.
melting?
Yeah, that. So many people came up on the street and they were like, whoa, Hoda's Ritz with cheese.
By the way, it's so cheesy, and when you pull it, it's real.
It
It's
was
real.
good.
But the number
You
one.
wouldn't want that?
Oh, here's my option. If that were one option and the other one were barbecued ribs from Chirpin Chicken, I would pick the ribs 1,000 times over. You know why? I order them. 10 minutes later, they come to the house. Wait, I always say, can you add extra barbecue sauce? And they say, it's already in there. And I said, no, on top of whatever you give, I need some extra. Then I take the rib and I dunk it in and I sit on the floor in front of the TV.
What are you watching?
I'm watching anything.
It
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Reality.
It's
Law
about
and
the
Order,
ribs.
I've already seen. Doesn't matter. Something mindless. Oh my God, there's nothing better. And then maybe a little coleslaw, maybe some fries. Dunk the fries in the barbecue sauce.
See, I'm not a rib person, and y'all can boo me. In the makeup room, there was some booing.
No. It was because you were. It was because
There
you
was
were.
some
Because you were
booing.
trying to shame the rib people.
No, I just think, I know, and
You
I'm
think
from
it's
Texas.
gross
Look,
and
now I'm going to get
nasty.
shamed by my state. There's something about it. Then you get done and you're just covered in blood.
Yes, blood. Well, barbecue sauce. Do you not eat crawfish? Aren't you covered?
I eat crawfish,
That's the same
but
thing.
I'm
You're
not going to
covered.
order. And I eat ribs when I go to a barbecue restaurant. That's not what I'm going to order on a Tuesday night when my husband's gone. I'm going to order some queso, okay? It's cheese. All right? It's all about
What?
cheese.
All right, coming up next, your friend is moving in with her
Can we
boyfriend
come closer to
after
find
they've
that?
only dated 4 months. Should you say something?
God, am I going to get booed again? We're tackling your social dilemmas right after this. Put on Closer to Find.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
To these questions.
Pointing me in a crooked line.
Isn't it so good?
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage?
Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stop with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
All right. It's that time. We're going to try to help our viewers out.
With some social dilemmas.
Yeah, here you go.
Oh, we're just still living in Barbie land, but we're back to
Yeah.
reality because
All right.
here's the first one.
Hit it.
Okay, we recently came home early to find our babysitter watching TV with her boyfriend. It looked very innocent, but we had no idea he would be there.
Yeah.
I'm also not sure I want him there while our babysitter has a job to do. Should I be clear with her or am I overreacting?
Be clear. It's called boundaries.
Yeah.
You don't have your boyfriend over.
Yeah.
I mean, first of all, that's bad judgment on her part.
Well,
don't you
also,
think?
If she
hey,
wants to
without
have
even
a boyfriend,
asking,
at least text. At least text and say, hey, is it cool if I bring my boyfriend? Probably the answer's no. Which is why she didn't ask.
But by the way, it's already not great judgment. So if that's what's in charge, maybe
find somebody else.
I mean, don't you think?
Yeah.
Or at least say to her, look, this is not a good idea.
Yeah.
We don't invite other people into our home. And also, if there's something up with the kids, I want you to be alert and aware.
Totally.
Period.
Okay.
Okay, done and done.
Here's the next one. I invited a couple to stay with us at our house this weekend. Unbeknownst to me, my husband also invited another couple.
Oh.
We don't have room for both. Uh-oh. How do we get ourselves out of this situation?
Your husband's couple is not coming.
It's true.
Oh,
I mean, let's just be honest. When we break it down, that's what's going to happen anyway. So just call your husband, say, honey.
Really sorry.
You invited him second. Plus, I'm the boss.
That's a hard one. And maybe you find another weekend. Maybe you just say, look, we actually had a mix-up. We kind of overbooked. Are you guys available in a couple of weeks?
Next weekend. Yeah. Okay. Bye, husband's couple. Okay. Should I read the next one too?
Yes, please.
Okay, here's the last one. My friend just introduced us to her boyfriend a couple months ago. They've been dating for 4 months. This past weekend, she revealed that she's going to move in with him next month because her lease is up.
Oh, wait.
I think it's too soon
Keep going.
for them to be living together. Should I say something or do I need to keep my thoughts to myself?
I think when you make a big decision about who you're living with because your lease is up, so that's the reason you're deciding to move in, because this is a real commitment. I think probably, I mean, like my friend says that 4 seasons
Yes.
rule. I know sometimes financially it makes sense,
But should the friend call and say something?
I don't know. I don't know.
You can't, because here's the thing.
What's going to happen?
Yeah,
Play
say
it
they
out.
get married and it's long-term commitment.
And you were the one who tried to stand in between them and their love.
And their lease.
And their lease. Would you say something?
No.
What if it was your nearest and dearest?
I probably wouldn't.
Yeah, I don't think I would either.
Because we've just been talking about boundaries. It's not our life to live. It's hers.
Right. And how many stories have we heard of somebody meeting and 2 weeks later they get married and they have been married for 50 years?
Exactly. So it's none of our business.
So we'll butt out.
So let's go back to listening to Brandi Carlile.
All right.
All right, y'all. If you've got a social dilemma you'd like to have us help you solve, tell us about it at hodaandjenna.com. All you have to do is hit that connect button.
Coming up next, actor and author Andrew Rannells tells us about his fun new book and reuniting with Josh Gad on Broadway. All coming up.
We're talking
right
about
after
it.
this.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Andrew Rannells is a Tony-nominated star who's done it all. He's done Broadway, he's done TV, he's done film, and now he's letting us in on his life, his career, and some of the challenges he faced along the way.
Oh my gosh, Andrew is out with his second book of essays. It's called Uncle of the Year and Other Debatable Triumphs. It's hilarious.
Thank you very much.
We're all
and
together.
Other debatable triumphs
Yes.
is an important part of it.
Is it?
Because
Yeah.
not really Uncle of the Year. The other debatable triumphs is. Now, I want to say.
Yes.
One of the last times I saw you.
Yes.
I was a co-host
Yes.
here, a guest host.
Yes, I remember.
I'm taking it that I did not get the job. It was about 7 years ago.
Do you remember that? That was such a good show, though.
Well, thank you. I sort of lost my mind. Tandy Newton came on.
Tandy Newton.
I heard that
and
y'all had a
were
major
like
connection.
totally connected.
I know, so much that I forgot that we were on television.
Yes.
And I didn't read anything, nor did I ask a question.
You just were present, and also Sting was there.
Sting was there, so it
Sting.
turns out I'm not good at journalism, but I can write.
Yes, and you're a
can
hilarious writer, but it's
Brilliant.
all sort of accidental, right? I mean,
Well, I never intended to. I always wrote essays sort of for myself in that sort of essay short story
Yeah.
form, but I didn't ever really expect to share them. And then I had a piece published in the New York Times a few years ago, which started my first book called Too Much Is Not Enough, and that sort of became the jumping off point. And that book I stopped specifically at 26 years old when I made my Broadway debut, and I talked about, sort of more about my childhood and early days in New York. But with this one, I was really, the more I wrote, the more it kept coming up, like, what does being an adult mean? And am I an adult?
So what did you learn? That's interesting.
Well, because I'm not married and I don't have children, although I do have a boyfriend who has children, so like that's sort of kids, by osmosis.
Kids adjacent.
But I don't, I didn't sort of follow that path. Like the clear markers of time of adulthood are not maybe necessary. So I was judging mine by opening nights and things like that, which is a little different. I mean, I think a lot of people maybe do that with jobs, I suppose. Like I was working here when that happened, and so the more I started, the more I was writing these essays, that I kept getting sort of like pulled back to that, what is an adult? And at almost 45, I think I'm there.
You think you got it?
I think I'm an adult.
I love how your view of fame has changed since you were young.
Yeah.
When you were a young person, getting on TV was like a wow thing. And you write about that.
Talking the Ricky
Lake story.
Yeah, we're going to Ricky Lake.
Yeah, I understand. I was a sort of an unexpected guest on the Ricky Lake show, and I'm not proud of it. But what it did teach me.
So you pretended to be someone you weren't?
You pretended to be the
A crush. A friend of mine said that she had a secret crush on me. She knew I was gay. She did not have a crush on me. So yes, it did involve some acting on my part and some really poor acting, honestly. But it did teach me a lesson that like I didn't want to be famous just to be famous. I didn't want to be on TV just to be on TV. Like I wanted to have a skill and to be good at something, and it's not interviewing people clearly, but it is maybe singing and dancing on Broadway.
Wow.
And so I put a lot of focus into that, and and I think on a certain level too, like and I talk about this in the book, my dad passed away when I was 22, and I feel like I sort of was chasing some level of success that I thought was maybe to make him proud, and to sort of that was a real big, because unfortunately the last job he saw me do was Pokemon Live at the Radio City Music Hall.
That's a great show.
It's not a great show, and it was not a great job, and I was like, that's the last thing he saw me do, so I feel like I've been trying to make up for that.
So he didn't.
My entire adult life.
You had your Broadway debut the year after he passed away.
Oh no,
right?
it was many years later actually, because he died in 2001, and then I made my Broadway debut not that much longer.
Yeah.
It was 2005.
Okay, so
like
4 years later. 4 years.
4 years later, I was out of Pokemon and on Broadway.
I think
so
a lot
felt,
of people who lose their fathers, no matter what age, it's almost like you're looking for the attaboy, like you did it, good for you. And so you keep going, and keep going, and you're continuing, and you're going to be on Broadway again.
I am this fall with Josh Gad.
Reunited, and it feels so good.
Yeah,
It does feel good. It's called Gutenberg the Musical. There we are. It's a very silly musical about two guys who have written a musical and are presenting it to an audience for the first time. So we play all of the parts and sing all of the songs.
How do y'all work together? What is that vibe?
It's sort of, we're like siblings. We're like, we both annoy each other in very specific ways. So, I mean, I love him very much, but we do really we just know how to get
at each other.
Yeah. So, and this show is basically it'll be 2 hours of us just trying to make each other laugh.
Okay,
So
it's gonna be brilliant.
It's gonna be fun.
And
It's
making
gonna be fun.
all of us laugh.
Let's hope so.
Making all of us laugh. Okay, Andrew, you're sticking around.
Yeah, I am. Yes.
We're going to play a game.
I know.
We
I'm
can't
excited.
wait. Right after this.
I'm excited.
Welcome to Today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back, here we go.
Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda. Happy birthday. We got an awesome crowd, y'all.
We are back with actor and author Andrew Rannells, who's written a new book of essays. It's called Uncle of the Year. It's very, very funny.
And since he knows books and he knows Broadway, we're going to put Andrew to the test in a game we call Don't Look Back. And of course, Donna is our host. Hi, Donna.
Hi, guys. Hi, Andrew.
Yes.
Come over here, please.
On this?
You're going to stand on this, yes,
Oh,
because
okay.
you are the star.
Very
your
fancy.
back will be
What?
against the monitor because
Okay.
you're in the perfect place.
Okay.
Face
Face
the
this
ladies,
way.
because behind you
Oh.
there will
Blue.
be famous Broadway shows
Got
and
it.
book titles that'll pop up, and
Okay.
Jenna and Hoda will each take turns giving you clues.
Okay.
So each round will be 45 seconds long. Jenna, you'll go first. You'll stand right
Are
over
you
there.
a big reader? Because I feel like this has me at a disadvantage.
No,
you're a
I-
big reader.
yeah, yeah.
Why would you assume
Because
he
he's
wasn't
a Broadway star.
Oh,
I can read.
People are multifaceted.
I can read.
Okay, so
But I'm scared.
This category will be books, famous book titles. Jenna will give clues, you will answer. So
Okay.
I got it. Come on,
Okay.
let's go back
We
to
got
that
it.
library. You've got it. All right.
Okay, ready?
Let's start. Go.
Grapes are
Okay, hold in.
Catcher in the Rye.
Yes, thank you.
Good.
Oh, this is a book nobody's read. Not
The Fountainhead.
It's about a whale.
Moby Dick.
Good. You're right, though.
Okay. I won't, Sam. I am.
Green Eggs and Ham?
Yeah, great.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, you know this one with written. Oh my gosh, the green lights, the fancy parties, the boyfriend.
Great
across
Gatsby.
the- yes.
Wow. Way to go,
Okay,
Andrew.
this is Scout.
To Kill a Mockingbird.
Yes.
Wow.
Okay, this is the best. It was also made a movie. My favorite book. Meg, Joe, all the
Oh,
sisters.
Little Women.
Yes. Okay. Wilbur. Wilbur.
Charlotte's Web.
Yes.
By the way,
That was
Andrew-
amazing.
Okay.
You're incredible.
We did it.
Andrew
He's
slayed.
incredible.
You're a great reader. God, he really knew
Okay.
them all.
All the classics.
You knew them all.
So
This
ready.
one, I know you know Broadway. Just help me out here.
Okay,
'cause
okay.
God knows what I
I'll
know.
just start shouting out
Let's
titles.
just
You've
keep
got
yelling things.
45 seconds on the clock, Hoda, and go.
Phantom of the Opera.
Okay.
Hairspray.
Yep. When I'm sleeping, I am
Dreaming.
Yes.
Dreamgirls.
Yeah, go. Good girl. I'm not gonna buy that house. I'm gonna
Rent it.
Yeah,
Rent.
good. It's Illinois, the capital city.
Chicago.
Yep, go. It's a religion, and it's really.
Mormon.
Yeah.
Book of Mormon?
Yes.
Okay.
It's yours. I'm sorry, it was yours.
Two more to time.
Alexander.
Hamilton.
Yep, good. Okay, not the east side, but
West Side Story.
Yeah, good.
Wow. 6 seconds.
And it's a mask.
Phantom of the Opera.
Yeah, good.
Wow.
Okay, not dogs, but cats.
That's pretty amazing.
But he's amazing.
You know
what?
Come on
Yeah.
now.
The winner is Andrew.
Yes, there's only
come on.
Andrew.
As a reader.
Oh my God, Andrew.
But also, he could guess everything on one
That
word.
was so crazy you. That's a gift.
I want to invite you
and
for.
it's kind of early in the morning.
Oh
I
my
go to the
God.
game night.
Oh my
inviting you
God,
for
you're
game
great
night.
at a game night.
We're inviting you.
I bring good snacks.
Wow. I'm so blown away. What just happened?
Smart.
Wow.
All right, you can.
Thanks for setting me up.
Thank you, Andrew. You can check out Andrew's new book, Uncle of the Year, at today.com/book.
Coming up next, Jenna's Bookshops open with goodies inspired by this month's model, Banyan Moon. Coming up after this. My God, you are so smart.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. What's shaking, eggs and bacon?
Hold on, I'm just gonna say it.
What?
Badass.
Oh, thank you. So do you think you'll act forever? Boom. We're going to have lots of fun this morning.
All right, it's time to open the doors to Jenna's bookshop. It's filled with items inspired by her latest book club pick, Banyan Moon. What you got?
Okay, I am so excited. This is, first of all, if you haven't read the book, I don't know what you're waiting for. It's a beautiful story about love and relationships. 3 generation of women. It's written by Tao Tai, who actually will be here tomorrow. So if you want to read it overnight,
yeah.
Go for
Okay,
it. Scan
all
that
right.
QR
So
code.
what are we starting
and
with?
shop with us. Okay, so Banyan Moon is about these 3 generation of women, and they all move back into this house together. But it spans Vietnam to Florida, and I loved these beach chairs. I think they're so great. I use them on vacation actually. They're great to read under a tree, perhaps a banyan tree.
By the way, I like how they are. They go right flush on the ground.
They're pretty, and they have this thing for easy transportation, so you can carry them. They're from minidrip.com. Normally, they're $140 because I think people would put them out on their back porch.
Beautiful.
But they're giving us a code for today.
How much
30.
off?
30% off.
30% off.
So go to today 30.
I like it.
So as I said, this is sort of about a Vietnamese family, and the grandmother tells all of her tales of being there. This is a very cool gift. I love this as a housewarming gift. It's Vietnamese pho. It comes from getculturedbox.com. $34.99 for the bundle. It's a meal, but it's more than that. It's kind of like a cooking class.
Oh, I like that.
So this is their bestseller, okay? It comes with DIY chicken pho kit, a DIY beef pho kit, and each kit makes 5 to 6 servings. This was started actually by a woman named Mimi, the founder of Get Cultured Box. She came to this country from Vietnam.
Wow.
She left a while ago. But anyway, this is a very, very cool
Can I try
company.
it?
Yes.
So you get the whole kit. You can make the
this.
whole meal.
Yes.
This is so awesome.
And you can make the whole meal, and I think it's more of like a cooking class.
Oh my God, it's really yummy. I love it.
It's a good gift.
Okay.
This earrings come from Tao, who wrote the book. She loved this idea of these 14 karat gold moon star earrings.
Yeah.
And they're just, that sort of represents.
I love it. I love it.
What's in
Those
the book.
are beautiful.
This is from the Etsy shop.
Yeah.
Sorry, I still have chicken in my mouth.
That's okay. But the price
The
on
Etsy-
those?
Yes, $24.87. Okay. Bring Me the Jewelry is the name of the Etsy shop, but they're really beautiful.
All right. Oh, I love beautiful plants.
Okay, we're talking sort of banyan moon, banyan trees in this book. I think a really good housewarming gift would be a plant like this. One of the reasons why is because these live. These plants are not easily killed.
So they're low maintenance. You don't have to dote. Okay, good.
So the small house plants are 40. The other ones are 65 to 125. But they're called Green Digs. It's a team made up of experts, gardeners, blah, blah, blah. They believe that plants...
blah, 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 blah. But you're right, though. No, but everybody wants a plant that can live in their home. Right. Okay.
And they have a test kitchen in Ohio to make sure the plants live.
Very cool.
Anyway.
I like these.
And they come with all this stuff.
Yeah. And they have, all right.
I mean, honestly, you can't keep a plant alive very well.
No,
so I feel like this one's for you. I don't know why you're
By the way,
putting the glove on.
because it was here. And also, these plant food spikes look good. You can feed your plant.
And a spike. Okay, finally, to keep with the plant theme, and because this is all centered around a house where women live together, this doormat, we think, is really good looking. $17. It's normally $29, but it's on sale at ButterandBarn.com. Welcome to the house, right?
I like it.
Do you like
yes,
it?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I like all of
well,
it.
you know what? I appreciate
Well,
you.
I can't wait. And the author's coming on tomorrow.
The author's
That's
coming
really
tomorrow.
cool.
You know what?
Very
I
cool.
appreciate you coming into my bookshop, and I'm sorry I
like
said blah, 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 blah. I've lost it.
To check out these products, head to today.com/read with Jenna.
Okay, coming up next, the author behind The Karma of Success, Liz Tran, shares her 3 simple steps for success and ways we can manifest what we want right
love
after
it.
this.
I'm going to take my glove.
Okay, what if we told you that every single one of us was born with an inner genius?
Well, according to author and executive coach Liz Tran, we all have an intuition that can help us tap into our potential, and she's going to teach us how to do it. She's got a new book out. It's called The Karma of Success. First of all, we're so happy you're here on your pub day.
Yes.
This is the day that your book is published, so we're happy that you're here. And I think, you know, some people may say, well, this defines success for you. You got your book published. This is your big day. But finding the definition of success is important because otherwise we don't know what we're running toward, right?
Yes, exactly. And the thing is, there's this thing called the arrival fallacy in psychology where we set a goal, we get it, and then we feel exactly the same afterwards.
Yes.
All that happiness we thought it would bring us is not actually there. And so the true path, what I write about in my book, is how to find internal success success that is unique to you and that is meaningful and long-lasting. And so everyone has a different path. Everyone is unique. And I think we're all on these kind of pre-programmed tracks. And what the book helps people do is to realize that, no, I'm unique. I have my own path. So maybe Hoda, success feels like caring for the people that you love or connecting to community. And Jenna, maybe yours is about finding insights and ideas and bringing them to the broader world. So it's different. You have a similar job, but a different reason internally. And so that's what I want to do is help be that coach via the book that says, no, you can choose your own way.
So in choosing, you say in your book, one of the most important things to do is to listen to our intuition.
Yeah.
Yes.
But we're totally overstimulated as a society with cell phones and television.
It's hard to even know what your intuition is telling you.
You have advice on how to kind of garner it.
Yes, and intuition is kind of a squishy word. Like, what does it mean?
Yeah.
But it's essentially when you know something without knowing how you know it.
Yeah.
It's like that moment in the shower when you're like, I have an idea. I know what I'm doing. Or I need to call this friend. And you call them and she says, I needed you, right?
Yeah.
And so that valid information is just as important as data or advice from a friend, whatever it is, but we don't trust ourselves. And so intuition is about opening space for that magic to come in where you know something without knowing how you know it. And one thing I always say is you need your fill of the 3 S's every day. So that is stillness, solitude, and silence.
Okay.
Seems
Those
very simple.
No,
Yeah.
but they also seem. I feel relaxed even hearing the words.
Yeah.
So if you find those, so what do you do with that time?
And it doesn't have to be a long amount of time, right? Because we say, how could I have like an hour of the 3 S's every day? You really just need 15 minutes. So it might be taking some time for yourself over a cup of tea, walking your dog without your cell phone, anything where you can hear yourself and let that intuition come in. Because otherwise we're just, following what's beeping on our phones every day instead of tuning into ourselves.
Yeah, and that can be as simple as like knowing that our body doesn't feel good,
Yes.
And, okay, manifesting is something that we talk a lot about on this show, and something that we do on this show. But you have a process when it comes to manifesting and success. Talk to us about it.
Yes. So it is a very simple 3-step process. And I think sometimes people think, is manifesting for me? I hear about celebrities doing it or, athletes, but it's really for everyone. The first step is visualization. And that's about seeing what it is that you want in 5 sensory detail. So can you hear it? Can you taste it? Can you feel it?
That's good.
Can you picture yourself really being there? And then vocalizing it, tell someone, bring it to life. And so that way, instead of being the scary thing that you're not sure if you can get, it becomes really comfortable.
Exactly.
I like that.
It starts to feel familiar and your nervous system feels really calmed when you start to visualize. And lots of people do this. Michael Phelps would envision himself winning every race 100 times before he actually did it. And so when he got there, he was so relaxed in the pool, he was like, oh, I've already done this.
Boy, that's such a smart thing to do. I think a lot of people, when it comes to their purpose, and I know that that's also part of what you do, they're either unclear or they're on a path that they feel like they can't get off.
Yes.
Because you know what? This is the way it's always been. This is the safe path. This is the one that's for me. And they almost need, I think people sometimes need permission to say, you don't have to stay on this road just because it's the path of least resistance.
100%. And I always think about this quote. It's one of my favorite quotes. It's from Carl Jung. And he says, the world will ask you who you are. And if you don't know, it will tell you. So we're all on that path. And unless we put our foot down and we're like, I'm going to discover who I am and live life my way, then it's just going to take you. It's like a river. It's going to wash you wherever it wants it to go. And I think that there are some really easy, simple ways to connecting with what your true path is. I love personality assessments. You can take the Myers-Briggs or the Enneagram for free online. Takes like 20 minutes. You get these amazing insights.
Yeah, I think
you
that's
do. Do you know what type you are?
Oh, sure. I'm a 7. The enthusiast.
I'm a 7 too.
You are.
We should go on an adventure together.
Yes.
You're both enthusiasts? Okay, so that's a good way to tell you what you should go on. And then what else? What else is a good?
There's a little tip that I love where if you think about yourself in your old age and you look back and you're like, how do I want people to remember me? It won't be for the amount of dollars in your bank account or how many promotions you got, right? Or the awards you won. You'll want them to say something about you and ask yourself, what do I want people to say about me? And that's the beginning of knowing your path, right? Whatever that answer is.
That's good. Boy, this book sounds like it's packed with everything we need.
And I feel like Hoda's probably already pre-ordered it. Thank you so much,
Appreciate it.
Liz.
Congrats on your book drop day. That sounds like a good thing to pick up today. The Karma of Success. You can get it at today.com/books.
Thank you so much. And we'll be back right after this.
Tomorrow, the ladies behind the I've Had It podcast, Jennifer Welch and Angie Pumps Sullivan.
Okay, plus the 10-year-old photographer who's a rising star behind the camera.
Oh, and then Jenna's book club author will be here, Tao Tai, to tell us about Banyan Moon.
All right, you guys, today is Tuesday. Just slow it down.
Just like we're slowing down the close of our show.
Down. We're slowing it.
Slow motion walking out of here. Goodbye.
Tomorrow.
We're back now with Cooking with Cal. This time I had two special helpers in the kitchen, which seems to be happening a lot lately.
We're going to have to change that title.
I know. Cal would not go for that. And this time we were making breakfast for lunch. Take a look.
It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Breakfast delight wrap.
A breakfast delight wrap. We actually get this at a market not far from us, and it's one of our favorite things to eat for lunch. First, we're going to scramble some eggs. You crack these into the bowl. Ollie, do you want to try to crack one?
Yeah.
And now break it into the bowl. Messy? Hold on. Don't do anything with your hands. Keep them over the bowl. Hold on. Add some salt. Some pepper. Okay, now we're going to make some scrambled eggs. All right, we're going to let that cook for a minute, and now let's make the rest of the fillings for the wrap, okay?
Can I cut it?
No, I'm gonna do this part of it. Make a bunch of nice little slices, okay?
Yeah. Oh, this is
Yeah, so real nice, so don't cut yourself. Nice. All right, now we are going to use the most dangerous item in the kitchen.
What is it?
It's called a mandolin. It's so dangerous, I'm not even gonna let you guys touch it, okay? Okay, ready?
It's not doing anything.
I'm gonna take 2 pieces of Munster cheese and put them on the eggs while they're still hot, okay? I'm gonna set this here. We're gonna heat up the tortilla, okay? I have to keep flipping it so it doesn't burn. I'm gonna put our egg right in the middle. One more. A little salt and pepper, right?
Yeah, some salt and
That's our favorite.
Salt and pepper.
We won't go crazy with spinach. I know that's not your favorite. So just put a little bit.
That's a lot.
That's a little.
Oh, we did cooking cow last time.
Okay, now this is the hardest part, okay? Rolling it. I'm not very good at rolling it, okay? So I'm gonna try to go like this. Got a burrito, but I'm not that good at this. One bite? Delicious, right?
Yeah, can't be any better.
For these recipes and more, head to today.com/.
Oh, it's so
You-
cute. It's good.
Yeah, you're going to have to put his name in the.
I know. I think all he needs is name.
Then it steals Calvin's thunder and it turns into a whole big thing. But
Well, you're the one who put him in.
I know, it's true. But he doesn't nap like he used to. We used to do this
so-
while he was napping.
There
So
you
I like
go.
this because
Anyway.
it just gives us ideas of things to make at home.
It is, it's easy, and this is kind of a healthy breakfast option.
And
So
here's the good news Cal's at school. He won't see it.
that's a good point.
It's time for another edition of Cooking with Cal. And this time, my little chef and I are making a breakfast staple. I mean, literally, I cannot make enough of this in the house. It's a breakfast staple with a sweet, fruity twist.
It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Oatmeal.
Oatmeal with a fresh berry compote. What do you love about this breakfast?
The compote.
Okay, first things first, we want to put 3 cups of water.
Is it cold water? Boy. Ta-da!
Into this water.
I can pour.
We want to sprinkle just a little bit of sugar to flavor up the water a little bit. Okay, so I like to use any berries I have in the house. Strawberries, blueberries, raspberries. Perfect. So go that way and now go the other way. Okay. Let's add a little bit of water in here. Just want to kind of, it's like kind of eyeballing it a little bit. Sprinkle some sugar. And then we're going to put this on the stove too. So dump this in here carefully. Okay, now we're going to turn this to low and give it a little stir.
What's the blue?
Blue's how hot the fire is. So we're gonna let this sit for 20 minutes and we're gonna stir it every once in a while, okay? And in the meantime, we're gonna keep an eye on our berries. You're gonna watch, these are gonna change color. They're gonna like shrink down as all the water comes out of them, and then we're gonna mash them up. So let's lower this a little bit. But this is nice and colorful, right?
Yeah, I never saw it this color.
Hold up here. And don't mash hard, because if you mash hard, it's gonna splash in your face. So we're trying to.
Mommy, I can do it.
Okay, just please be careful. It makes me nervous.
I'm controlling it, okay?
Okay.
And we'll do it on the top.
So we're just gonna let this simmer for a little bit. So to this, we're gonna add a little bit of vanilla.
Can I pour it in? It doesn't taste good.
No, but it smells amazing,
But
right?
remember when I tasted it, I didn't like it?
Yes. So that's our compote. Now let's flavor up our oatmeal too. For this. Do you want to dump or you want me to dump? Okay. Brown sugar.
Can I taste some sugar, baby?
Of course, you can't cook with brown sugar and not taste it.
So that's how you don't see the sugar.
Right.
Is that mine? Oh.
Yeah, but it's super hot, so let's let it pop this on top. Okay, we're gonna let this cool down a little bit. You've never snacked in your spaceship before. Okay, it might still be a little warm.
I like to mix it a little to get mine.
Okay. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
So it's such a simple recipe, but I've actually started making a double batch because Calvin came in the other day. He's like, Mom, you have to make twice as much because Oliver eats it all.
Oh,
So it's something they
does.
fight over for breakfast in the morning.
I think it's a good reminder that you can bring your kids into the kitchen, do things with them.
And talk with your mouth full.
And talk with your mouth full.
Because they get it. They
And have a
understand it
happy
a little
plate.
bit more. It's like if I just threw a pile of, berries on
On their
oatmeal, it's like,
plate.
what is this?
No,
But
absolutely.
He knows where it came from.
Absolutely. And he's growing. We feel like we're like watching him grow. You know?
The size of
It's
this
true.
guy, he's going to be in college.
So cute.
Don't rush it. We'll be right back.
Thanks for the breakfast.
You're welcome. with Cooking with Cal. This time, we're actually going to feature a recipe. It's one of my favorites on Instagram, Amy Palangian. She's also known as Yummy Toddler Food. She has such great recipes. She also has a book. It's called Food Play, which teaches preschoolers how to have fun making their own food. Obviously, I'm drawn to that. So I always make her green pancakes for my boys for lunch, and they absolutely love it.
It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Green pancakes
With?
yogurt.
I follow @Yummy Toddler Food on Instagram, and Amy posts these amazing, easy, delicious, healthy recipes for kids. So this actually happens to be a favorite, right? Here we go. Can you peel a banana? Do you know how to peel a banana? Can you peel one?
Where is it? This?
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
nice.
that was
Okay.
nice.
Now peel it.
This?
Yep. Pull it down. Whoa! You can peel your own banana? And put it in the blender. Nice.
That's my first time doing it.
What's your first time peeling a banana?
You asked me.
Good job. High five, Ollie. We're going to add flaxseed. Okay. Here. Kevin, can you add cinnamon? Perfect. Do you remember how to crack eggs? It's been a while.
Swirly, 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 swirly. Teaspoon? Put a teaspoon.
Get it all in there. 1 cup of milk.
Stop! No, stop!
I just have a little milk left. That's it. Okay.
It's
okay.
higher than me.
That's okay.
Terrible. So green, so green, so green, so green.
Do you want to try the spinach?
Yeah.
This is why we put spinach in the pancakes, because I can't get you to eat it otherwise. Okay, put it on the blender. Or on the machine, whatever it is. Ollie, flip that up. Good job. Let's plug in the griddle. This is gonna get super duper hot, okay? Some whole wheat flour. See how this is super healthy?
All of it? Now can I mix some?
Careful.
Yeah.
Get underneath it. Commit to the flip. Yes! That's okay. Good?
That's pretty good.
Okay.
Am I your helper, chef?
You're my sous chef. You're always my sous chef. Press. Put all your strength into your arms and squeeze it down. That looks good, right?
Keep going, buddy. Take this bite, Mommy?
Yes.
Look.
Yes.
Mmm, yummy. Why did you figure out?
Do you like it? Mm-hmm. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
So cute. The thing I love about these is the amount of spinach.
There's a lot of
And
spinach.
they're good, right?
Sneak a lot of spinach in here.
I usually put the yogurt on it, or even like with syrup, and the boys have. I mean, he sees that the spinach is in there, but they don't care.
It tastes kind of like whole wheat pancakes to me.
They do. Well, it's whole wheat flour.
What did you do to your
What are you
pancakes?
doing?
I don't know. I just was.
Well, it's for kids to get spinach into them. And
Yeah, it's fine.
It's delicious. All right.
I like it.
Fine. We'll be right back.
Next time, bring the yogurt sauce.
I know the yogurt on top is good. and my little chef and I are making a sweet treat straight from my summers growing up on the Jersey Shore.
It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Waffles and ice cream.
With strawberry sauce?
Yeah.
Yes! This is one of my favorite desserts. Most everyone has never heard of it before, but waffles and ice cream was a Jersey Shore favorite. So now that I have a waffle maker, we're gonna make it at home. First things first, you wanna make the waffles. So just pick your favorite waffle mix. You can even use frozen waffles if you want to. We're just going to whip up the waffles that we always make, right? Cool. So we've already got the mix in here. Let's add some oil. I like to add some vanilla, even though the recipe doesn't call for it. Egg.
Crack.
Do you want to crack it? Good crack. Nice, buddy. You are getting so good at this. All right, let's pour some milk in here.
Oh, baby.
Your whisk, sir. Waffle mix.
Ooh, that looks yummy.
It does, right?
And I'm gonna mess them up.
Yes, you are. Right, so
That's me, Mama.
So if we mash these all together
Don't do all of them.
with the vanilla and the sugar,
Don't do all of them.
and you keep mashing, yell at the juice. Get the juice out of there. You keep mashing, and I'm gonna put the waffles on, okay? Get those cooking. 2, 3. Fill this one up. 1, 2, 3. Should we get the ice cream out?
I got it, Mom.
Waffles are ready.
All right.
You want to try it?
Whoa, perfect.
Let's put a scoop right here.
Is that right now?
Wait, one more thing. Ready? All right, this is gonna take a while. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
Yum, that looks good. I was hoping to bring cans of Cool Whip here so we could all try the trick.
What is he hitting his hand?
So he hits his hand, it pops up. I don't know where he learned this from, but it's
I'm dying
let me
to
see,
try
watch
it.
this, watch
I'm
this.
dying to try this.
All I can think about is Ollie's on the side going, what about, where's my waffle?
We try to do these now while Ollie's napping because he will want everything we're eating.
Why wouldn't he?
Yum.
Especially the whipped cream. And we'll be right back. And it's time now for Cooking with Cal, and this week it's all about breakfast, Jersey style. Take a look.
It's another edition of Cooking with Cal, and what are we making today?
Pork roll, egg, and cheese.
Pork roll, egg, and cheese. We're having breakfast for dinner. What is pork roll? This is pork roll. It's kind of like a New Jersey delicacy. It's a mix between sausage and bacon. You can only buy it in New Jersey, but if you look online, you can find pork roll. It's worth it, trust me. It'll change your breakfast sandwich game. Here's the thing. If we put this on here, it's gonna bubble up. It's gonna make a big bubble. Watch, I'll show you. Don't want it to make that bubble. You know why? Because even though the edges are cooking, the inside part's not cooking, right? So in order to fix that, watch this. This is what my dad always did. And now they look like Pac-Man. We're gonna wait for these to crisp up. So you want them nice and crispy and yummy and salty deliciousness. No, flip. Nice flip, buddy.
A good vibrator.
It says that's the sizzle. Let's toast up our rolls, right? Okay, put these down first. Yep, and then put the top part on the griddle. There we go, nice. I've got room for another roll. Put our plates out. Let's fry up some eggs. What do you think?
How do I fry up eggs?
Well, first,
Butter. That's the one that's runny.
2 for each sandwich. There you go.
Can you flip all of them?
Mm-hmm.
I want you to flip all of them.
So here's what I like to do, okay? My
Cheesy.
egg, I put the cheese. Egg on top of that. Here you put a cheese on yours. And a cheese on Daddy's.
Egg on yours.
Egg on there. Let's put this on here. I take 1, 2. There it is. Look at that! 3 perfect sandwiches. Controversial, but you can choose to put ketchup on it.
Yeah.
Sometimes I actually do.
Don't put ketchup on it. Delicious.
Do you love it? Watch what I do with mine. Ready? This is my favorite part. I squeeze it and all the yolk comes out. I like to go like that. Tastes like the Jersey Shore. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food. I will say, Calvin ate all but 1 bite of that
Wow.
sandwich. Wow. And then that extra bite went to Oliver. So,
That sandwich is the size of his head.
I know, the size of his head.
his egg runny?
No, I broke it on the griddle before. But the other controversy is in New Jersey, some people call it pork roll, and some people call it Taylor ham.
Who's Taylor?
It's the brand that makes the pork roll. So it depends. I know Central Jersey is a pork roll part of the state, but you go to South Jersey, it's more Taylor ham. It can go either way. My Twitter is going to blow up with,
Right?
it's Taylor ham.
You said pork roll. I thought it was a roll. Like
the meat comes on a roll. I just buy it pre-sliced. So
We'll be right
learn
back.
something every day. And welcome back. Nothing says fall like pumpkin spice. No, apples. Just kidding.
Nice.
So for this week's Cooking with Cal, we whipped up one of my childhood favorites. And note to self, don't cook with a hungry sidekick. Check it out. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. Cal, what are we making today?
Apple salad.
So let's go through the ingredients, okay? What's in our apple salad?
Apple. And zucchini.
Try again, not zucchini.
Salad?
So close.
Celery.
Celery. And what are these? I think you know.
Cranberry.
You've been snacking on those since we started. Do you know what this is?
A nut.
It's a walnut.
Walnut.
And then you know this one.
Yogurt.
Lots of vanilla yogurt. So this apple salad is a perfect after-school snack. It's a good breakfast. It's just a good all-around nice healthy alternative. How's the yogurt doing? Do you want a spoon? Gross. Help me with the apple. Let me cut it up into a smaller piece for you. You are actually eating all of my ingredients.
No, not that many.
Chop it up nice and small. You're doing a lot more eating than cooking. What's your favorite fruit?
Apple. I'm throwing it because it's really hard.
While you do that, I'm going to chop up the celery.
Okay.
I like to make the celery really small.
Why?
So that it's not too hard to chew. So Ken, when I was little,
Yeah?
I used to eat this all the time, every single morning for breakfast.
Was that a long time ago?
It was a long time ago. Even when I first moved to New York, I used to eat it all the time, every morning for breakfast.
Really? That's weird. Mix it up.
Yeah, mix it all together. All right, what should we put in next? How about some of these?
Yeah, sure.
Sprinkle those all in there?
I can record it.
Okay. Perfect. And now let's chop these up a little smaller. Just rock your knife back and forth. Look at how small I made these.
Whoa.
So now we got all our ingredients in here, right? And here's the fun part. There you go.
And this is the medium one or the biggest one?
What, bowl or spoon?
Spoon.
That's the small one.
I have to lick it off.
Did you have to lick it off?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, because there's yogurt on it.
So you can add as much yogurt as you want. It's not really a measurement here. It's more just once everything is all nice and combined. Sometimes I'll add blueberries in here.
Oh, I have to lick it off.
Oh.
I just eat it off.
So that's it. Super simple, right? I usually make a big bowl of this and then just scoop it out in the morning, or you can divvy it up into little Tupperware containers and it's good to go as a grab and go snack.
Are we done?
That's it. That's all we have to do.
Are you gonna taste one?
I'm gonna taste one too.
A taste test?
It's a taste test.
What spoon should I use? Is it healthy?
It's very healthy. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
Wow.
So like I said, I brought you guys some. And
Yeah, we get
It's very-
toddler spit. Yum.
It's very healthy if you don't count the fact that
Calvin licked all over
licked
it.
all over it. But that's
I did make
yummy.
this fresh for you this morning.
Oh, okay.
So yes, that is not the batch that Calvin had in his mouth, but it's a really good.
That's good. Because I'm not sure.
No,
that
wait,
that's
is this
true.
like the couscous? You won't even try it?
No, I will try it. I will try it.
Wait, are
It's
there?
like a modified Waldorf salad.
It is just instead of mayonnaise, it's vanilla yogurt. So
That's
you've
good.
got a little yogurt on your face.
It's refreshing.
It's refreshing. It's a good snack. It's a healthy, like after school snack.
And this is in my flavor profile, and I like it.
I need you to make this even smaller, because could you eat this in one bite? Or you guess you could eat some of it. How do you like uncooked broccoli? Hi everybody and welcome to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal. So a few years ago, I started posting about my son Calvin's meals when he started eating real food. What's for dinner? My food philosophy is pretty simple. He usually eats whatever I eat. And since those first few videos, Calvin has transformed from my best taste tester to my favorite little sous chef. And the response has been overwhelming. I love sharing my family's favorite recipes with you, but I often get a lot of questions about certain ingredients, what kind of swaps you can make, and how I actually helped Cal get more confident in the kitchen. And now I can't wait to take a look back at some of my favorite Cooking with Cal segments and offer just a few of those tips and tricks that didn't quite make it into the original episode. So today is all about ways Cal and I are living on the veg. That's right, we're checking out some of my favorite recipes that go heavy on the good stuff. So to be honest, it's not always easy to get kids to go green. Sometimes the simplest solution for a picky eater is to just sneak in those veggies wherever you can. Cal absolutely loves these 2 veggie-packed recipes. We're making zucchini bread and broccoli and chickpea pasta. Up first is zucchini bread. So for this recipe, you'll need zucchini, of course, eggs, applesauce, vegetable oil, sugar, vanilla, flour, cinnamon, baking soda, and of course, chocolate chips. Take a look.
Zucchini makes it healthy.
Zucchini does make it healthy. Do me a favor. Can you cut off the end of the zucchini? Now we have to shred the zucchini.
I don't really like this part.
Should we just chop these up for Oliver?
Yeah.
I'll put the eggs in? Put it in that bowl.
Worried. I thought I'd crack it. I'm into the fun part.
Want to help me beat them?
Yeah, I can help you beat them up.
So let's add the oil and the sugar. Remember, to make it a little healthier, we're going to add some applesauce instead of all oil, right? So you put that in.
I just pour it careful. I just do it everywhere.
And now let's add some sugar.
I mean sugar? Oh, I like that sugar.
You do?
Yeah.
We need 2 cups of sugar. What?
We're beating them up, right?
What's this?
Vanilla.
Come on. Push that all in. So all the zucchini is going to make this nice and moist.
I'm just getting the sugar off the counter and eating it.
Now we need some flour. It's gonna be delicious.
Yeah, a lot of flour.
A lot of flour because we're making 2 cakes.
2 cakes?
2 zucchini breads.
What? That's cinnamon.
Cinnamon. 1, 2. Just enough. A teaspoon of baking soda.
What's baking soda even mean?
That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know what the difference between baking soda and baking powder is. Okay, now mix that all together, carefully.
I turned it on, Mommy.
Thank you. That's for Oliver, right?
You carefully. Careful.
Okay, now we're gonna add the dry to the wet.
You're doing really good.
So are you. Ready?
It looks yummy.
It does, right?
I just want it not cooked.
You want it not cooked?
No.
All right. This is actually going to take a long time. I'm going to set the timer for 70 minutes. And now we wait.
I want it like 1 minute.
What do you think?
Yum yum.
And guess what?
Yeah.
Ollie gets zucchini too.
Best bread ever. So I told you I love to make the most of my time in the kitchen. So I'm going to show you how I make that zucchini for Ollie. And really, I would make this with any of the vegetables I was cooking with that night for dinner. Zucchini, carrots, sweet potatoes. I always just save a little bit to the side, steam it, and then blend it. So the good thing about steaming is you really don't have to spend a lot of time cutting. You just kind of chop off the ends. You know, you can go just really thick with the chops. As long as they're even, they'll kind of steam at the same time. So as long as you have your steamed vegetables, you kind of throw them in a food processor. There is a little bit of water in here, which depending on what vegetable you're using, you want that water. Zucchini tends to get pretty watery, so I'm gonna just leave out the water for the zucchini. And my biggest trick, which I find, I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, I love to season the vegetables. I know, you're not supposed to give them too much sugar or too much salt when they're little, but it tastes better. I don't want to eat it when it doesn't have salt and pepper in it. So I actually go pretty good with the salt and pepper, just like as if I was cooking it for myself. And if I'm feeling fancy, I'll add a little garlic powder, just because, again, it just adds more flavor. Puree this up. Give it a stir. Now, different stages of baby food, when Ollie first started eating, I would puree it as much as possible so there were no chunks at all. The older he got, I'd leave more and more chunks, and now he just eats the zucchini as it is. So, depending on how you want it, this would actually be fine for him right now. It's just so easy to give this to them. And sometimes if they don't like just the straight up zucchini, I'd add in an apple. I'd steam the zucchini with an apple so it adds a little sweetness to it. I'd still salt and pepper, but I probably wouldn't use the garlic powder. And it's easy baby food. All right, stick around because after the break, I'm going to show you my broccoli and chickpea pasta. Welcome back to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal. In this episode, we are living on the veg. And up next, an easy pasta recipe that's great for lunch or dinner. Plus, you get some extra plant protein with the chickpeas. To make this dish, you're gonna need broccoli, chickpeas, pasta, olive oil, lemon juice, garlic, Parmesan cheese, salt, and pepper. So here's what I need you to do. You see these little broccolis? Can you start breaking that apart?
These are all small enough, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just break it.
Okay, so you don't like raw broccoli, right?
No.
So we gotta cook it. I'm gonna put these in boiling water.
Nice. So let's add some olive oil.
Blicka, blicka, blicka.
Let's put the lemon in. Good. Let's do a little salt and pepper.
Oh. I'm shorter than your taller. See, I'm the
So tall people do salt.
Yeah.
Short people do pepper.
No, I'm good.
And we're gonna set this here. Before we slice the garlic, we're going to put the pasta in the water. You want to eat raw pasta?
Just water.
Oh, it's too hard. Look how hard it is. You remember what to do? Oh, you do. Good job. Just enough to get the skin off.
I did it.
Awesome.
Look at my nose. It's really short.
When they're raw, they're spicy, but we're gonna cook them. Did you put your finger in your mouth? What did I tell you?
Can you wash my hands so they don't be spicy?
Yes, as soon as we're done with this, okay? We're gonna add some cheese. Ooh, we gotta shred some cheese. Oh, we need a whole cup of grated cheese.
That's gonna take forever. Like tonight.
I hope it's done in time for dinner. Now I'm sweating. I hate grating cheese. I mean, I don't like grating cheese.
Hate's the bad word.
I know, I'm sorry. I think we're done. Add more oil. Sprinkle it all over.
I like this now. Is it hot?
And we'll blow it for you. Yummy, yummy. Good job, bud.
So a lot of you ask if Calvin really loves vegetables. He does. Obviously, some more than others. Broccoli is a home run. Carrots are always good to go. Zucchini, bell peppers, not so much. So I love to also hide veggies where I can. And anytime I'm using anything with ground beef, ground turkey for, say, tacos or, you know, like a meat sauce, it's so easy to hide it because not only is it all mixed in with the beef, you're also pouring a sauce or taco seasoning on it, so they can't really tell the difference between the beef and the veggies. So because of that, the smaller you dice the veggies, the better. Calvin will just eat this kind of all mixed together. I don't know if I've got him fooled or he's just like, whatever, it's mixed in, it's fine. Ollie will actually sit and pick out every single vegetable, so that's why I like to make it nice and small so that he can't do that. I find zucchini is easy to add. Carrots are easy to add. They add a nice sweetness too that the kids like. Bell peppers, again, it depends on what you're making. I think it's easy to hide it in a red sauce. I always use onion just because it's the same reason I use salt and pepper. It just adds a lot more flavor. You kind of mix this all around, make a mess, mix it all around. And one of the sneaky ways I also just present vegetables on their plate is to put it with something they love. So of course, something like mac and cheese. I find mac and cheese, pastas, sauces, tacos, quesadillas, it's all just ways to hide the veggies because, let's be honest, they're kids and they're not always going to eat them and sometimes you're just going to have to hide them. For all these recipes, go to today.com/DylanDishes.
Do you want to see what it looks like? Okay. Here's the big reveal.
That is huge.
Huge, right?
That's way bigger than the baby. Hot?
Welcome to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal. In this Today All Day series, I'm looking back at some of my favorite Cooking with Cal recipes and sharing my top kitchen tips. Today, it's all about the Bake Ahead brunch. As a busy parent, I love anything that I can make ahead of time, and breakfast is no exception. First up, it's my classic cinnamon buns. Calvin loves these cinnamon buns because, well, who doesn't love cinnamon buns? I think he realizes that it's a special treat that we don't get every morning. I mean, it's something besides cereal or oatmeal or something healthy. These are kind of a dessert for breakfast, and they're totally worth it. For this recipe, you'll need warm milk, yeast, sugar, eggs, melted butter, flour, cinnamon, and salt. And for the best part, the homemade icing, you'll need cream cheese, butter, powdered sugar, and vanilla.
You've never made this recipe before, but I'm positive when you test it, you are going to love it. Okay, first things first, we have to warm up the milk. Now, can you pour this into here? Let me move it a little closer.
Sorry, I can't reach that far.
Right. We'll pour it in there. So instead of using regular yeast, we're gonna use instant yeast. So we don't have to wait like, 9 months for it to rise, okay? Careful, this is melted butter. Okay, sprinkle in the sugar. A little salt. All right, so now we need an egg and a yolk from an egg. Okay.
That's a pop.
So now, pop this off. I'm gonna sprinkle in some flour, okay? Is it getting harder and harder?
Yeah. What's that for?
This is, remember how you just said the dough is getting hard to work with?
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna let this dough hook do all the work. So when we leave this here for an hour, the dough is gonna rise and fill up the whole bowl. It's gonna grow.
And with this top, what do we do with that?
It just helps keep the dough nice and warm. I'll see you back here in an hour. Do you want to see what it looks like? Okay. Here's the big reveal.
That is huge.
Huge, right?
That's way bigger than the baby. Huh?
What do you think, Ollie? Are we doing a good job?
What is that?
Whoa, it's nice and warm, right? Good job. It was nice and tight. Soft. Awesome. I see you, Ollie. Don't they look so pretty? Mm-hmm. I'm expecting these will be delicious. All right, let's wait 45 minutes and then we'll put them in the oven. Pull this off, big reveal. Oh, baby, these look delicious. Okay, let's make the frosting.
Actually so yummy.
Actually so yummy. Should we check out this bun in the oven?
Yeah.
Ooh, baby. Spread this all over. Can we share it?
Why?
Because it's huge. Mmm. Oh, that is good.
Before we get to the next recipe, let's answer a viewer question from Instagram. How did you teach Cal how to crack eggs? That's a very good question. I would say a lot of patience.
Okay.
That first egg that your child cracks is going to squish in his hands or her hands and get all over the place. So I recommend always cracking one egg into a little bowl off to the side. Don't do it right over the main mixture because you're going to need to pick out a lot of those shells. Teach them to just make a little crack and then they'll stick their fingers in the hole.
Do your thumbs and then pull it apart. Okay.
Just get to that point. You're still gonna have a lot of shells, but eventually they'll be able to stick their finger in the hole and peel it open like that. And eventually they sort of just understand how the whole shell thing works. But patience, you're gonna need a lot of patience and a lot of extra bowls.
Good crack. Nice, buddy. You were getting so good at this.
Okay, let's answer another question from Instagram. How old was Cal when you started cooking with him? I think Calvin was almost 2 because I remember one of the first things I started cooking with him were holiday cookies. So his birthday is in the middle of December, so it was leading up to Christmas time. And I put this awesome stool right next to me that got him, almost as tall as I was. And he just watched me bake these, and I let him do whatever I thought he can do. And I let him make a mess. That's what kids are going to do at first. They're going to make such a mess. Flour is going to get everywhere. Eggshells are going to get everywhere. But I mean, you can clean up a mess and it's fun. And the more they do it, the better they get and the cleaner they'll be. And when they're nice and young, they like to help clean up too. So that's always good to put them to work. When we come back, Bake Ahead Brunch continues with my blueberry buckle. It's my fancy way of adding a fruity twist to a classic crumb cake. We're back with more Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal, and today is all about the simple ways Calvin and I take brunch to the next level. Next up, it's another of my favorite breakfast treats. We call it Blueberry Buckle. I, to be honest, have no idea what a blueberry buckle is. It came from my husband's family, and he always said his grandmother made the best blueberry buckle. When I saw it, I'm like, oh, it's just like a coffee cake with blueberries. I can make that. And I didn't know what else to call it, so I just kept calling it Blueberry Buckle. Must be a New England thing. For the cake, you'll need flour, cornstarch, salt, ginger powder, baking powder, egg, vanilla, sugar, blueberries, of course. And for the crumble topping, you'll need cinnamon, salt, brown sugar, and butter.
Are you ready to help? I normally make this recipe with cake flour. It's a little bit lighter and it makes it a little more fluffier. You can't always find cake flour, or sometimes you just don't have it. So I'm going to show you a trick using all-purpose flour and cornstarch. The trick is to make cake flour out of all-purpose flour. You take a cup of flour, remove 2 tablespoons of that flour, and then add in 2 tablespoons of cornstarch. make cake flour. Cool, huh? We need 1 teaspoon of baking powder, half a teaspoon of salt. Okay, and we need a half a teaspoon of
ginger.
Okay, while you do that, I'm going to put the butter in here.
I'm ready.
Okay, ready? Count with me. We need 3 of these.
1, 2, 3.
Awesome.
Yummy. Smell it. Tell me when I can eat it.
Oh, I'll tell you when you can. Okay, can you pour this egg in there?
Smells good. I'm gonna mix it.
I love the smell of vanilla.
Yum.
So good. Oh, thanks, baby. Hit this one over here. Just to like the 4. Nice. Okay.
Tell me when can I taste it?
Okay.
Can I taste it?
Not yet.
Why?
Okay, we're gonna put in 3 cups of blueberries.
Can I taste it?
3 generous cups of blueberries.
That's a lot of blueberries.
It looks like a lot of blueberries, but they are just gonna cook down, make the whole cake purple. It's gonna be so juicy. So now the best part, the topping. Wanna help? Okay, so we need a teaspoon cinnamon, some salt.
It's gonna take a very long time.
Half a cup of brown sugar.
Can I taste it? Yummy.
Yummy. Packed brown sugar.
Yeah. Oh, what's that? Is that the topping?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the best part?
I think it might be. Yummy. Stand back.
Is it ready?
Let's find out.
Yeah! Yeah. It's ready. That makes me happy.
Let's get to some of the questions you had for me on Instagram when I posted this recipe. Amanda asked, can this be made with frozen blueberries? And to be honest, I've actually never made it with frozen blueberries. I tend not to like frozen blueberries all that much. I feel like they don't have as much flavor. They tend to be kind of watery and small. So I think this is really something I eat seasonally. I don't really cook it throughout the year, and it's really just that height of blueberry season when you get those big, juicy blueberries. I just find it tastes so yummy. And Pammy asked, can you use other fruit? I'm sure you can. I'm not a big experimenter. Once I try something for the first time, I kind of just stick with it, and I know this is my blueberry buckle recipe, or this is my apple crisp recipe. And I never try to work in other fruit, but I bet it would taste delicious with strawberries. I bet peaches would kind of taste really good in there. So you'll have to try it for me and let me know what you think. For these recipes and more Cooking with Cal, go to today.com/DylanDishes.
Smell it so good.
Oh, it smells like pastry. What are you doing? Can we not put your face in the dough? I'm glad it's just us eating it.
Hi everybody and welcome to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal. I can't wait to take a look back at some of my favorite Cooking with Cal segments and offer just a few of those tips and tricks that didn't quite make it into the original episode. In today's episode, we are all about apples Everyone in my family loves apples, and I use them in so many different recipes in so many different ways. Just ask Ollie. I love taking the boys apple picking. I don't know why. It ends up being one of the most stressful days. Somebody has to go to the bathroom, somebody's hungry. There's no parking because the apple orchards are so crowded outside of New York City, but I am determined to always take the boys apple picking. I just think it's fun. Once you kind of go along that row and there's nobody else around for a little while and you pick the best apples, you kind of sneak a bite here and there. And the best part is I make so many different things with apples that I love bringing a big bushel of apples home and just seeing what we can do with them. For anyone else who went apple picking recently, here are 2 easy ways to use up all those apples. First up, my crunchy apple salad. Cal has a list of the ingredients you'll need for this recipe.
So let's go through the ingredients, okay? What's in our apple salad?
Apple. And zucchini.
Try again, not zucchini.
Salad?
So close.
Celery.
Celery. And what are these? I think you know.
Cranberry.
You've been snacking on those since we started. Do you know what this is?
A nut.
It's a walnut.
Walnut.
And then you know this one.
Yogurt.
Lots of vanilla yogurt. So this apple salad is a perfect after-school snack. It's a good breakfast. It's just a good all-around nice healthy alternative. How's the yogurt doing? Do you want a spoon? Gross. You want to help me with the apple? Let me cut it up into a smaller piece for you. You are actually eating all of my ingredients.
No, not that many.
Chop it up nice and small. You're doing a lot more eating than cooking. What's your favorite fruit?
Apple. I'm throwing it because it's really hard.
While you do that, I'm going to chop up the celery.
Okay.
I like to make the celery really small.
Why?
So that it's not too hard to chew. So Kel, when I was little, I used to eat this all the time, every single morning for breakfast.
Was that a long time ago?
It was a long time ago. Even when I first moved to New York, I used to eat it all the time, every morning for breakfast.
Really? That's weird. Mix it up.
Yep, mix it all together. All right, what should we put in next? How about some of these?
Yeah, sure.
Sprinkle those all in there?
I can pour it.
Okay. Perfect. And now let's chop these up a little smaller. Just rock your knife back and forth. Look at how small I made these.
Whoa.
So now we got all our ingredients in here, right? And here's the fun part. There you go.
And this is the medium one or the biggest one?
What, bowl or spoon?
Spoon.
That's the small one.
I have to lick it off.
Did you have to lick it off?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, because there's yogurt on it.
So you can add as much yogurt as you want. It's not really a measurement here. It's more just once everything is all nice and combined. Sometimes I'll add blueberries in here.
Oh, I have to lick it off.
Oh.
I just eat it off.
So that's it. Super simple, right? I usually make a big bowl of this and then just scoop it out in the morning, or you can divvy it up into little Tupperware containers and it's good to go as a grab and go snack.
Are we done?
That's it. That's all we have to do.
Are you gonna taste one?
I'm gonna taste one too.
A taste test?
It's a taste test.
What spoon should I use? Is it healthy?
It's very healthy.
Up next, we are taking apples from sweet to sweeter with one of my favorite fall treats, apple dumplings with a homemade caramel sauce. You don't want to miss this. welcome back to Dylan Dishes Cooking with Cal. Today's episode is all about using a favorite fall staple, apples. Next up, Cal and I are making apple dumplings with a homemade caramel sauce. This recipe takes a bit more time, a bit more patience, but I promise it's worth it. I first saw this recipe in Better Homes and Gardens' new cookbook, so here's how to make one of my favorite fall treats.
There are a lot of steps, but it's still pretty easy, okay? There's only 3 things. We need the caramel sauce that goes on top. We've got the apples that we're going to fill with this little filling, and we're gonna wrap it in pastry dough. So let's get started.
Yeah. This is a hard apple. There we go. That's a nice apple.
Let's add the water. You can't eat everything. Pour in the sugar.
Mom?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna do half this cinnamon, not all of it. So I'm gonna bring this up to a boil, and this is gonna be our caramel sauce.
We still have some things to do.
You ready to make the filling? All right, what do you think those are? Walnuts.
Walnuts.
And what are those?
Raisins.
Raisins. And we're gonna add
honey.
Add a tablespoon of honey. This is gonna be our filling for the apples. Dump the salt into the flour.
All of this salt?
Yeah. Do you know what this is? What do you think it is?
I don't know.
This is called shortening. We want to make the shortening look like little bits of peas in here.
What happens if we eat it?
It would taste disgusting. Ready? Like press it down and twist. There you go. Press and twist. Press it hard. All right, now we're gonna add the half and half.
Now can I pour it? What are we making?
Apple dumplings, remember?
Oh, yummy.
Yeah.
It's a dessert.
It is a dessert.
When it's done, can I eat one of it?
Of course.
And you?
Yes.
Smell it so good.
Oh, it smells like pastry. What are you doing? Can we not put your face in the dough? I'm glad it's just us eating it. All right, here we go with our dough.
Oh no, we make the hole.
No, don't make a hole.
Why?
Because no more holes, no holes. I need you to start here and end all the way over here. Nice. Put the apple here. I'm gonna fill it. Can you take a little bit of this?
This is our standard hiding spot.
A little cinnamon sugar. I'm gonna pour this sauce over the dumplings. Carefully. You love it? Okay, so if you want to make this apple dumpling recipe right away, you might be thinking I don't have an apple core like I used, but there is a way you can just cut right through the apple. It's tedious, I'll tell you that. In fact, I held off making this recipe until I ordered one of these. Wherever you get, kitchen supplies, it's an easy order. Just wait a couple days until it gets there. But if you don't have patience, just be careful. And I wouldn't recommend doing this part with the kids because you need a very sharp knife and you literally just have to cut around the core of the apple. So make sure you go all the way to the bottom. This is probably the worst part of the whole recipe, is coring the apple. Sure we get through the other side. My kids eat a lot of apples, and whether I'm slicing them or dicing them or doing whatever it is with apples, there's just no good way to get the seeds out. But this works pretty well. Okay, So you can either do it that way if you don't have patience, although I think this way is the way to go. So this is what an apple core does. Basically the same thing the knife did, just in all one big swoop. And get it in there. Twist it, pull it up. And there you go. That was easier, right? So I'd recommend just holding off a couple days on this recipe and wait till you get your apple core. I mean, because that's perfect. So to core the apple with a knife, you want to make sure you use a paring knife. They're nice and sharp, they're tiny. If you use anything bigger, I feel like you're going to cut the whole apple up. And a steak knife would just never work for this. So get yourself a paring knife too.
For all these recipes, go to today.com/DylanDishes.
Ready to pull the stem out? Watch, you go like this. Just bend it over. That's a funny sound, huh? Nice.
Hi everybody, welcome to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal on Today All Day. This week it's Taco Tuesday, and we are showing you our favorite ways to turn any Tuesday into a fiesta with my steak tacos and turkey veggie quesadillas. And of course, any taco night wouldn't be complete without a great salsa. So don't miss a bonus recipe, my zesty mango salad, which can be made mild or spicy, however you like it. All right, so planning meals for an entire week can be so challenging, so stressful. One way to make meal prep easier is to give each night its own theme. I find that when you have a theme, it's easy to program your favorite dishes to kind of match that menu. So our first recipe is for steak tacos. For this steak marinade, you're gonna need garlic, cilantro, jalapeno, orange, lime, vinegar, oil, and salt. And for the homemade salsa to top these tacos with, you'll need tomatoes, onions, garlic, cilantro, jalapeno, olive oil, lime, and salt.
So I've got this split up into our different ingredients. This is all going to be for the marinade, and this is all for our pico de gallo and our toppings and everything once we actually make the tacos. So here we go. Let's get started. So what we're going to do first is make a marinade for our skirt steak. We want it to marinate for about 2 to 8 hours. Any longer than that, the steak's going to turn to mush. Oh, I got my hug. I love my hugs. There's a fancy way you can make this with a mortar and pestle. I just like to throw it all in the food processor. It's not as fancy, but it gets the job done.
Can I peel this all off?
Sure. Can I show you a trick?
I did a great
All
job.
right, throw all that in there.
These are awesome garlics.
Say Chanel, this is jalapeno business.
Hey, Chanel lives in Hollywood, but the business.
That's Chanel's favorite joke. Let's throw in some cilantro. Yummy. Throw this in there.
Ooh, yummy, yummy, yummy. I can't taste it.
You want to taste it? Here.
I'm tasting the juice.
You can have that one. I'll do the juices.
Then can I blend it?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just blending.
Vinegar?
Yummy.
Smell that. I think I only have like 2 tablespoons left. Olive oil, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Press it again. All right, so we have our marinade, and we are going to pour it all over the steak and then just let it sit for the next several hours. Let's cover this up and pop it in the fridge, and then we can make our salsa. Just need a couple of big chops because we're gonna let the food processor do all the work. Do onions make you cry?
Yeah.
Oh man. You can remember your trick? Oh, look at how good you're cutting up that tomato. Okay. Unconventional pink color, but that's because of the food processor. You gonna clean this mess for me?
This is a big one.
We're gonna let this sit and all the flavors come together. We've got the steak marinating and all those flavors are gonna come together. And later we'll fire up the grill pan and we'll make our steak tacos, right? Okay. Okay, so we have had this steak marinating all day long, right? It's a little bit closer to dinner time now, right? Are you hungry?
And it's already dinner time.
So we should finish this.
Yeah, we have to hurry.
Okay.
I love that sound. Can I do pepper?
Okay, that's why I wanted to do it. Was that the pepper? Should we make some guacamole?
Guacamole. Whoa!
So you'll notice if you look at the meat, it all goes that way, like all the lines are kind of going that way. So we want to cut this way, against the grain, so that it's nice and tender. Otherwise it'll be too hard to chew. All right, should we try it?
How I can do it, Jonathan.
What do you think?
Yummy.
Do you like tacos?
Another one.
The next recipe on our menu for Taco Tuesday is a veggie and turkey quesadilla. The secret to this recipe is to really just use whatever you have around the house. Just open the fridge, pull out whatever veggies or meat you have on hand. And here's how Cal and I made our easy cheesy quesadillas.
Do you love quesadillas? Yum, yum, yum. Ready to get started? Okay. Why do you like quesadillas?
Because we can have cheese in them.
Is it just a means of eating cheese?
Yeah.
You did pretty good. That's perfect. Here, let's cut up some zucchini and we'll try it again. I'll give you some strips to cut, okay? Yeah, what's your favorite food?
Fried rice.
Fried rice? Maybe we'll make fried rice one day. What do you think? While you do that, I'm going to peel the carrot, okay?
Who picks mushrooms?
Farmers.
Oh, for us?
Mm-hmm. So you like mushrooms?
Of course I do.
Ready to pull the stem out? Watch, you go like this. Just bend it over. That's a funny sound, huh? Nice. Slice them up nice and thin like this. Guess what time it is?
Huh?
It's onion time. So I'm gonna do this onion real quick, okay? See you later. Oh, that's a gross onion.
Why didn't that gross the onion?
Look at that. All right, no onion.
Can I see Mama? That's not loud.
I know, it wasn't that hot. Let's add a little salt and pepper. It's turkey.
Oh.
We're gonna use this instead of beef tonight because we had beef last
Did
night.
someone catch that turkey?
I think they caught the turkey, yeah. This on top.
Oh, that's not mine.
What do you think?
Yummy.
Hey, Ollie, what's for dinner?
Later.
Tacos? Can you say taco? Ollie, can you say taco?
Taco.
And cheese? Ollie, can you say cheese?
Cheese.
Ollie, can you say beef?
Beef.
Welcome back to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal. So you just heard Ollie say it. It's Taco Tuesday. And this week we're showing you our favorite ways to turn any night into a fiesta. Now, of course, this theme night wouldn't be complete without chips and salsa. And sometimes I like to mix it up with something sweet. So I recently taught Calvin how to make my mango salad that doubles as a salsa. I love this recipe because it's really versatile. And for this recipe, you're going to need mango, shallots, red bell pepper, cilantro, and lime juice.
Sour. That's not sour. Juicy.
Juicy and sweet? You were just teasing? All right, that's enough mango, right? So can you help me put all the mango in the bowl?
This is all my pile.
That's
And
your pile?
And this is your tiny bit pile.
I can do this bit pile?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's slip out my hands.
Do you know what this is?
No. Oh, yeah, yeah.
It does look like an onion. This is actually called a shallot.
Wait, it's gonna hurt my eyes.
Okay.
It's gonna hurt my eyes.
It's not gonna hurt your eyes, okay? What is this?
Tomato, pepper.
A
Squeeze it.
pepper? Why do you want to keep squeezing? This is for the lime, silly goose.
That's a big strip.
All right, let's put the red pepper in. What color is missing in here?
Green.
Green.
Cilantro.
Cilantro. You can help me pick off some of these leaves, okay?
Exposed on my own.
He loves me. He loves me not. He loves me. He loves me not. Have you ever heard of that before?
No.
I don't think so. Have you ever tasted cilantro?
No.
Nice pop of color. Pop.
I'm sure I'm strong, man.
So you could try to squeeze it first on your own. Just squeeze and twist. Squeeze and twist.
I do the other lime, okay, Mom?
I don't know if you need the other line. Let's add a little salt and pepper.
Yes, sir.
Because the salt brings out the sweetness. And we'll do a little pepper.
Brings out the spiciness. Yes.
For all these recipes, go to today.com/DylanDishes.
Take this and pound them nice and flat. Not too hard. Over here. Over here.
Welcome to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal. Today I'm dishing up the sneaky secrets I use to remake two classic chicken recipes. We've got chicken noodle soup and chicken parm. I mean, what's the point of sharing recipes if we don't dish on our secrets, right? Chicken is obviously one of the most versatile proteins out there, and it's something everyone in my family loves, frankly. So I'm always thinking of different ways to use it. So it really depends on what I'm making, but I'm a big fan of using rotisserie chicken wherever I can, especially in something like a chicken soup. I do tend to keep some frozen chicken on hand because you never know when you need a last minute meal. But my trick is when you start to thaw the chicken, I like to begin to cut it before it's totally thawed. I find it's a lot easier to cut through when it's almost half frozen. And if it is totally thawed, my other trick is to use kitchen shears. Just use straight up scissors to cut the chicken up into little bits if that's what you're doing, because sometimes trying to cut fresh chicken is just so difficult. First up, chicken noodle soup with my secret ingredient. Take a look.
Let's start with some carrots. Wait, these aren't carrots. What are these?
Celery. Pancakes. 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 Oh, pancakes. Oh, pancakes.
Why are you saying pancake?
Peel. I'm ready to peel.
All right, let's peel the carrots. You literally peel better than your father. Nice job. You want to cut this?
No, no, no.
You gonna run away? Want me to tell you when I'm done?
Cal, are you gonna stay for the onion?
It hurts my eyes.
Okay, go stand over there. Okay. Can we continue? Can I go saute the vegetables now? Okay. While that's sauteing, let's do the chicken. Take this.
Skin off.
Yeah, I'm taking the skin off.
There's nudity now.
Instead of taking the time to boil up a whole chicken, I just bought a pre-cooked chicken at the grocery store. On some bite-sized pieces, small enough for Ollie to eat. Okay, perfect. And here's my secret.
Noodles.
Ramen noodles. So when I was in Korea with the flu, I ate chicken noodle soup every single day, and the noodles they used were ramen noodles, and it was the best chicken soup I've ever had. So I tried to recreate that. So now I add ramen noodles to my soup. A chunk. Thank you.
Not the big chunk, right?
Sometimes I even like to eat these before they're cooked. It's up to you if you want to use the spice packet. Sometimes I'll use a little bit because it adds a nice little saltiness, but sometimes it doesn't need it. Put a lid on and let this simmer till dinner time.
It looks like butter.
It does look like butter. All right, ready? Here you go.
All right, cutting onions has been the biggest obstacle that Calvin and I encounter when we are cooking together.
I'll do the onions, okay?
Have no fear, because you guys have written in so many wonderful suggestions, and I'm gonna give them a try. Here's the thing though, the reason I never cry when Calvin is like, bawling his eyes out over these onions, I wear contacts. So I think that kind of protects my eyes from whatever juices are floating around from these onions. So chances are you're not gonna see me cry because of my contacts. But these make sense to me. The first one is you want to keep a bowl of water near you when you're chopping an onion, and I think that is because when you cut the onion, the acids are released into the air, and water actually attracts those acids. So when you're cutting, instead of them, being drawn to the water in your eye, they're being drawn to the water in the bowl itself. So that makes sense to me. I will certainly try that one. Another one, which I think is along the same lines, is you take a paper towel and you soak it in water, and then you chop the onion right onto the paper towel, which also makes sense because if the acids are attracted to the water, then the water in the paper towel would draw out the acids. However, I feel like if you have a really sharp knife and you cut a little bit of paper towel,
I'd rather tear up a little bit than have paper towel in my food, but that's just me. Another one we've actually tried, because someone sent us a pair of these onion goggles. I think it must work the same way as it does with my contacts, you know? So you put on these onion goggles, it's got a nice, like, you know, a nice little seal around it. So again, these acids, whatever juices are floating around after you cut into an onion, are not getting into your eye. And how cool do they look? They need to make kids' version of onion goggles because the goggles I have for Calvin are too big for his face. So not only was he trying to cut the onion, but then he's touching his face with onion juice on his fingers. So it didn't necessarily work as well. He just needs glasses that fit better. Okay, and the last one is you chew a piece of gum, which you want to wait until right before you start cutting, because you'll notice when you put a piece of gum in your mouth, you naturally start talking and breathing, you know, through your mouth as opposed to breathing through your nose. So none of these onion juices are getting into your nasal cavity, and it's not making you upset. Although this is going to make my mother very upset that I'm talking with a mouthful of gum. So thank you guys so much for sending in all these tips. I love to actually get a chance to set up my science experiments and try what you recommend. I really do read through everything you suggest, and we are certainly going to try these in the kitchen. I think the bowl of water might be our first try. Coming up next, my take on an Italian classic, chicken parm, and this one also has a secret ingredient. Stay tuned and I'll tell you what it is. Welcome back to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal. Up next is my chicken parm with a secret ingredient. It may seem a little unconventional, but instead of breadcrumbs, I actually use saltine crackers. I know it sounds crazy, but I promise it works. In addition to the crackers, for this recipe you'll need chicken, of course, Parmesan cheese, garlic powder, Italian seasoning, salt, pepper, eggs, flour, and deli mozzarella cheese. First, we're gonna prep the chicken, okay? What I need you to do is take this and pound them nice and flat. Not too hard. Over here, over here.
So let's make our breading. Here's the secret. What are these?
Crackers.
We're gonna use saltines. So before I put the crackers in the food processor, I want to use a little bit of Parmesan cheese. I'm gonna put in the breading. Pulse it. I should probably plug it in, huh? All right, put all these in there. Gonna sprinkle in some garlic powder. Gonna add a little bit of Italian seasoning. Let's put a little in, okay? Yeah, use too much. This is just seasonings and just a little extra salt, but we don't need much salt because of the saltines. Yeah, what do you think? You can taste it. Taste it again and tell me all the flavors you taste.
Cheese, garlic,
What else?
seasoning.
Okay. Okay. Wow, good job! What are you doing to it?
Scrambling it.
Some garlic. Some pepper.
And what's this for?
This helps the breading stick on. All right, last one. We're going to fry up our chicken cutlets. Come on over here. Let's put them on like medium low. Oh, I thought you were eating a chicken. How's the cheese?
Sometimes I go slow mo.
You're getting there, yeah.
We're working busy.
We're working really busy. Okay, so let's put this here. We're gonna add deli mozzarella cheese, not fresh mozzarella, because it ends up being too watery. So now we're gonna pop this under the broiler until it's nice and bubbly.
We're done.
Yay! Okay. Should we have one more bite? You love it? All right, let's take a couple questions from social media. Jenny asked, do you serve it with basil leaves or is that fresh spinach? That's a good question. I never really explained that part of the dish. So another secret I have, I like to take my dish, I put fresh spinach in the bottom of the dish, and then I drizzle it with some olive oil, some salt, and fresh cracked pepper. Then I take the pasta right out of the water and let it drip just a little bit, but then I put the warm pasta on top of the spinach so it starts to kind of wilt a little bit, so it's cooked but not really cooked, and it still has that nice crunch and that fresh flavor. And all that is kind of the bed for the regular chicken parm. Another question we got from Instagram, do you feed the cameraman? That's a very good question. Why do you think I made chicken parm? So my cameraman is actually my husband, Brian.
Behind the scenes, cooking with Cal, and my AD on the shoot is sitting right behind me. That's how we have to bribe him with food to keep him quiet.
He shoots and edits all of these cooking with cows for me, so it's truly a family affair. Brian's favorite meal is chicken parm, so this meal was all for him. And Caroline asks, where do we find all these recipes? Very good question. For all these recipes, go to today.com/DylanDishes. Gonna make some slices here. Good job. You okay? Welcome to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal. In this Today All Day series, I'm looking back at some of my favorite Cooking with Cal recipes and sharing my top kitchen tips. Today's episode is one that we're calling Grandma's Greatest because it features recipes
from two amazing grandmas. First up, you'll see me and Calvin whipping up my mom's pasta salad, and then we tackle my grandmother's short ribs. You know, one of the biggest obstacles timid cooks face in the kitchen is just not knowing where to start or what to make. Well, here's a good rule of thumb. Always cook what you know and what you loved growing up. Just think back to what your parents and grandparents always served. I've also found that family recipes are often the simplest, which is probably why our parents made them so often. This first recipe is proof of that. You only need 5 ingredients: pasta, canned tomatoes, black olives, parsley, and olive oil. Take a look.
All right, so let's get the ingredients ready. How this thing works. So we're gonna use a can of tomatoes, but these are cooked tomatoes. They're not raw tomatoes. So you'll like these because they're cooked tomatoes, okay? Now turn that as hard as you can. Use those muscles. Do you want some help? There we go. Do you know what these are?
What? Olives.
Black olives. On taste one, you haven't tried one in a long time. Ollie loves them. Ollie loves olives. A little bit. I love them. I could eat them like this. So we got our tomatoes, our olives. You know what this is? Got some parsley. All right, you want to chop this for me? Why don't you put your hand like that? There we go. Good job. Now I'm just gonna make these all a little smaller, okay? This adds a nice pop of green and a nice freshness to the whole dish. So a lot of times my mom would use elbow noodles, the ones that look like C's or U's as you call them. I felt like using tricolor pasta. You know why they call it tricolor pasta?
Why?
Because there's 3 colors. So this one is just made with wheat. This one has tomato in it. And what do you think's in this one if it's green?
Broccoli.
Close. What else is green? What's green and leafy?
Celery.
Well, celery has some leaves. What looks like lettuce?
Spinach.
Yay! Cool. I'm gonna dump this in, okay? While that's boiling, can you dump a can of tomatoes in here? Now all of the olives, the parsley. Ah, good call, buddy. Good idea. Now we wait. Can you taste that? Perfect. All right, drain the noodle. All right, I want to pour these into this bowl. Dump a whole bunch of olive oil in here.
All of it?
Not all of it. I'll tell you when. All around. Swirl it all around. A little salt. This will come out fast, so let's give it a big stir. Before we put this in the fridge to let it cool down, let's taste it, okay? You like it? Tastes even better when it's cold.
So I thought this was such an easy recipe, but you guys had a lot of questions about it, so let's get to them. First, what's the last seasoning you put on this salad? Just salt and pepper. There's not a lot of seasoning or anything that goes into this salad, so if I sprinkle anything on it, it's really just salt and pepper. I'm a big fan of salt and pepper. Next question, did you drain the tomatoes? No, I put the whole can with the diced tomatoes and the liquid because some of the pasta absorbs some of that liquid, so it helps to add some moisture to the dish. Another viewer asked, do you think it would still be tasty without the olives? Yes, the thing that's the best part about this recipe is this is just a base. If you don't like olives, if you don't like parsley, leave them out. If you want to put some cubed cheese in there or some pepperoni, throw that in. Really, it's just about a base, and if you like it a little tangier, you could probably throw in some Italian dressing. It's just a basic pasta salad. This is the way we always made it, but feel free to change it up however you want. Another question about olives, are they sliced black olives? Yes, I kept this recipe even simpler by buying the actual pre-sliced black olives, but you can buy regular olives and slice them up. I bet if you like it tangy, it would even taste good with green olives too. And another question about the tomatoes. What brand of tomatoes do you use? I'm not that loyal to a particular brand, but I do love San Marzano tomatoes whenever you can find them, whether you're using diced tomatoes or you're using, crushed tomatoes to make a sauce. San Marzano tomatoes are just a little bit sweeter, so you don't have to add the sugar to them, and they're straight from Italy, and they're just absolutely delicious. Slightly more expensive, but totally worth it, I promise. Welcome back to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal. This episode is all about celebrating family recipes passed down from generation to generation. And Calvin absolutely loves his grandma's recipe for pasta salad, and I absolutely love my grandma's recipe for short ribs. So my grandmother lived in an apartment that my dad built above our garage in our house. So it was always special when we kind of walked up the stairs to my grandmother's apartment for dinner. Her home was always warm and cozy, and it always just smelled so good, whether it was, beef and barley soup or these short ribs. I just remember it was always like a meat and potatoes or a hearty dish. And we'd all just sit around at her brown dining room table, and it was just special. We were still home, but we were over Graham's house eating one of her recipes, and they were always so delicious. For this recipe, you'll need short ribs, paprika, chili powder, poultry seasoning, onion, tomato paste, egg noodles, peas, and salt and pepper. Say hi, Mammy.
Hi, Mammy.
Hi, Cal. How are you today?
I asked you for the recipe, and you said, you just throw the meat in a dish, you throw this together, you put it on top, you cover it for a little, you cook it for a little.
There was no written instructions with the recipe, so a lot depended on looking at it, seeing what it's doing, throw it in the oven a little bit longer, that kind of thing.
Well, I wish you could be here with me to help make this and especially eat it with us. It'll be a tight squeeze, but we'll see if we can get them all here. Okay. There we go. They're all squeezed in there, right?
Yeah. Okay.
A little salt, pepper. Now we have to slice up an onion.
Well, what if I close my eyes?
I know.
Can I close my eyes?
Well, then it's hard to cut and close your eyes at the same time. Okay. I'm gonna make some slices here. Good job. You okay? We've got all kinds of spices here, okay?
Are we gonna mix them up?
Yeah, but first, I want you to scoop all of this tomato paste into here as well, okay? You pour this water in there.
I cannot still do it.
Because you're here to help me. Okay, so now we're going to pour all of this all over our short ribs.
Now we're gonna bake them.
Then we're gonna bake them, you're right. So all we have to do, we're gonna cover this with foil. We're gonna bake it for like 45 minutes.
45 minutes. I have soccer, right?
That's right. This looks yummy. Now we'll put it back in the oven without the foil so it finishes cooking.
Where's the noodle?
This tastes exactly like my grandma's.
Is hers yummy?
Hers is so yummy.
One of the questions I get asked all the time is, what are the tools you use with Calvin in the kitchen? And knives are the big question because I'm cooking with a kid and here he is chopping some vegetables. So when I first started cooking with Calvin, I did all the chopping. I didn't want him anywhere near a knife. He did the stirring, he did the breaking of the eggs, he did all that. Then once he wanted to participate more, I found these knives. They're plastic knives. You can find them anywhere online. So they're sharp enough to cut, but they're not really sharp enough that Calvin would cut his finger. So the best vegetables this works for are something like zucchini, something like cooked potatoes. Hard-boiled egg would be good. Soft fruits like berries or pears. And, you know, it takes a little bit of strength, but at least it, you know, is not going to hurt them, and it kind of just gets them used to, you know, some knife skills. I would also, you know, kind of do this for Calvin. I'd chop this up with my knife and then just give him a little bit to just sort of learn how to rock the knife, learn how to keep his hands out of the way, and just really basic knife skills with soft fruits and vegetables. That's what these knives are good for. Eventually, it became a thing though where, you know, you're making soup and you're chopping some harder stuff like carrots and onions. So I needed to upgrade a little bit. And I found these great knives. This is an actual knife. I mean, it's sharp and it will cut through your hard vegetables. But the thing I love about it is it also comes with this shield. So it teaches you the proper way to cut. So Calvin can put his hand here and he learns, you know, you stick your finger through this hole, so he learns, you know, not to put his finger under here, so his hand placement is good on the knife. And then he learns to kind of rock, but look at how this is like a real sharp knife for a kid, but it's all safe. The hand that's holding the knife knows how to hold it properly. The hand that's holding the food knows how to hold it properly so that your fingers are kept out of the way. The thing I love about this brand is that it also comes with a peeler. Calvin loves apples and pears. Obviously, he loves carrots, but he does not like the skin on anything. He'd peel a blueberry if he could. So the same kind of thing. You stick your finger in the hole, and then it teaches you to just have your fingers out of the way. So my job is to make sure he holds, you know, the right end and isn't like, you know, doing it the wrong way. And this thing's role is to make sure Calvin holds this the right way. So you can see how sharp they are. They work. So once your kid masters the plastic knife, I think it's good to upgrade to the real deal.
The next time you go to your parents' or your grandparents' house, look through their recipe boxes. You may just find some delicious gems that you totally forgot about. But until then, I hope you'll try my family recipes and let me know what you think. For all these recipes, go to today.com/DylanDishes. We're back now with Cooking with Cal. This time I had two special helpers in the kitchen, which seems to be happening a lot lately.
We're going to have to change that title.
I know. Cal would not go for that. And this time we were making breakfast for lunch. Take a look.
It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
breakfast delight wrap.
A breakfast delight wrap. We actually get this at a market not far from us, and it's one of our favorite things to eat for lunch. First, we're going to scramble some eggs. You crack these into the bowl. Ollie, do you want to try to crack one?
Yeah.
And now break it into the bowl. Messy? Hold on, don't do anything with your hands. Keep them over the bowl. Hold on. Add some salt. Some pepper. Okay, now we're gonna make some scrambled eggs. All right, we're gonna let that cook for a minute, and now let's make the rest of the fillings for the wrap, okay?
Can I cut it?
No, I'm gonna do this part of it. Make a bunch of nice little slices, okay?
Yeah. Oh, this is
Yes, they're real nice, so don't cut yourself. Nice. All right, now we are going to use the most dangerous item in the kitchen.
What is it?
It's called a mandolin. It's so dangerous, I'm not even gonna let you guys touch it, okay? Okay, ready?
It's not doing anything.
I'm gonna take 2 pieces of Munster cheese and put them on the eggs while they're still hot, okay? I'm gonna set this here. We're gonna heat up the tortilla, okay? I have to keep flipping it so it doesn't burn. Put our egg right in the middle. One more. A little salt and pepper, right?
Yeah, some salt and
That's our favorite.
Salt and pepper.
We won't go crazy with spinach. I know that's not your favorite. So just put a little bit.
That's a lot.
That's a little.
Oh, we did cooking cow last time.
Okay, now this is the hardest part, okay? Rolling it. I'm not very good at rolling it, okay? So I'm gonna try to go like this. Got the burrito, but I'm not that good at this. Okay. One bite? Delicious, right?
Yeah, can't be any better.
For these recipes and more, head to today.com/.
Oh, it's so
Yeah.
cute. It's good.
Yeah, you're gonna have to put his name in the.
I know.
I think all he needs is his name.
Then it steals Calvin's thunder and it turns into a whole big thing. But
Well, you're the one who put him in.
I know, it's true. But he doesn't nap like he used to. We used to do this
so-
while he was napping.
There
But
you
I like
go.
this because
Anyway.
it just gives us ideas of things to make at home.
it is, it's easy, and this is kind of a healthy breakfast option.
And
So.
here's the good news: Cal's at school. He won't see it.
That's a good point. It's time for another edition of Cooking with Cal. And this time, my little chef and I are making a breakfast staple. I mean, literally, I cannot make enough of this in the house. It's a breakfast staple with a sweet, fruity twist.
It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Oatmeal.
Oatmeal with a fresh berry compote. What do you love about this breakfast?
The compote.
Okay, first things first, we want to put 3 cups of
Is
water.
it cold water? Boy. Ta-da!
Into this water.
I can pour.
We want to sprinkle just a little bit of sugar to flavor up the water a little bit. Okay, so I like to use any berries I have in the house. Strawberries, blueberries, raspberries. Perfect. So go that way and now go the other way. Okay. Let's add a little bit of water in here. Just want to kind of, it's like kind of eyeballing it a little bit. Sprinkle some sugar. And now we're going to put this on the stove too. So dump this in here carefully. Okay, now we're gonna turn this to low and give it a little stir.
What's the blue?
Blue's how hot the fire is. So we're gonna let this sit for 20 minutes and we're gonna stir it every once in a while, okay? And in the meantime, we're gonna keep an eye on our berries. You're gonna watch, these are gonna change color. They're gonna like shrink down as all the water comes out of them, and then we're gonna mash them up. So let's lower this a little bit. But this is nice and colorful, right?
Yeah, I never saw it this color.
Hold up here. And don't mash hard, because if you mash hard, it's gonna splash in your face. So we're trying to
Mommy, I can do it.
Okay, just please be careful, it makes me nervous.
I'm controlling it, okay?
Okay.
And we'll do it on the top.
Alright, so we're just gonna let this simmer for a little bit. So to this, we're gonna add a little bit of vanilla.
Can I pour it in? It doesn't taste good.
No, but it smells amazing,
But
right?
remember when I tasted it, I didn't like it?
Yes. So that's our compote. Now let's flavor up our oatmeal too. For this. Do you want to dump or do you want me to dump? Okay. Brown sugar.
Can I taste some sugar, baby?
Of course, you can't cook with brown sugar and not taste it.
So that's how you don't see the sugar.
Right.
Is that mine? Oh.
Yeah, but it's super hot, so let's let it pop this on top. Okay, we're gonna let this cool down a little bit. You've never snacked in your spaceship before. Okay, it might still be a little warm.
I like to mix it a little to get mine.
Okay. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
So it's such a simple recipe, but I've actually started making a double batch because Calvin came in the other day. He's like, Mom, you have to make twice as much because Oliver eats it all.
Oh,
so it's
course
something
he
they
does.
fight over for breakfast in the morning.
I think it's a good reminder that you can bring your kids into the kitchen, do things with them.
And talk with your mouth full.
And talk with your mouth full.
Because they get it. They
And have a
understand
happy
it a little
plate.
bit more. It's like if I just threw a pile of, berries on
their
oatmeal,
plate.
it's like, what is this?
No,
But
absolutely.
He knows where it came from.
Absolutely. And he's growing. We're all like, we feel like we're like watching him grow. You know?
The size of
It's
this
true.
guy, he's gonna be in college.
So cute.
Don't rush it. We'll be right back.
Thanks for breakfast.
You're welcome. We're back with Cooking with Cal. This time, we're actually going to feature a recipe. It's one of my favorites on Instagram, Amy Palangian. She's also known as Yummy Toddler Food. She has such great recipes. She also has a book. It's called Food Play, which teaches preschoolers how to have fun making their own food. Obviously, I'm drawn to that. So I always make her green pancakes for my boys for lunch, and they absolutely love it.
It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Green pancakes.
With?
Yogurt.
I follow @Yummy Toddler Food on Instagram, and Amy post these amazing, easy, delicious, healthy recipes for kids. So this actually happens to be a favorite, right? Here we go. Can you peel a banana? Do you know how to peel a banana? Can you peel one?
Where is it? This?
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
nice.
that was
Okay.
nice.
Now peel it.
This?
Yep. Pull it down. Whoa! You can peel your own banana and put it in the blender. Nice.
That's my first time doing it.
What's your first time peeling a banana?
You asked me. And
Good job. High five, Ollie. We're going to add flaxseed. Okay. Here, Kevin, can you add cinnamon? Perfect. Do you remember how to crack eggs? It's been a while.
Swirly, don't swirly, swirly. Teaspoon? Put a teaspoon.
Get it all in there. 1 cup of milk.
Stop! No, stop!
I just have a little milk left. That's it. Okay.
It's
okay.
higher than me.
That's okay.
Terrible. So green, so green, so green, so green.
Do you want to try the spinach?
Yeah.
This is why we put spinach in the pancakes, because I can't get you to eat it otherwise. Okay, put it on the blender. Or on the machine, whatever it is. Ollie, flip that up. Good job. Let's plug in the griddle. This is gonna get super duper hot, okay? Some whole wheat flour. See how this is super healthy?
All of it? Now can I mix some?
Careful.
Yeah.
Get underneath it and commit to the flip. Yes! That's okay. Good?
That's pretty good.
Okay.
Am I your helper, chef?
You're my sous chef. You're always my sous chef. Press. Put all your strength into your arms and squeeze it down. That looks good, right?
Keep going, buddy. Take this bite, Mommy?
Yes.
Stuck.
Yes.
Yummy. Why do you feel us?
Do you like it? For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
So cute. The thing I love about these is the amount of spinach.
There's a lot of spinach.
They're good, right?
Sneak a lot of spinach in here.
I usually put the yogurt on it, or even like with syrup, and the boys have. I mean, he sees that the spinach is in there, but they don't care.
It tastes kind of like whole wheat pancakes to me.
They do. Well, it's whole wheat flour.
What did you do to your
What are you
pancakes?
doing?
I don't know. I just was.
Well, it's for kids to get spinach into them. And
Yeah,
look at
it's fine.
It's delicious. All right.
I like it.
Fine. We'll be right back.
Next time, bring the yogurt sauce.
I know the yogurt on top is good. Cooking with Cal, and my little chef and I are making a sweet treat straight from my summers growing up on the Jersey Shore.
It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Waffles and ice cream.
With strawberry sauce?
Yeah.
Yes! This is one of my favorite desserts. Most everyone has never heard of it before, but waffles and ice cream was a Jersey Shore favorite. So now that I have a waffle maker, we're gonna make it at home. First things first, you wanna make the waffles. So just pick your favorite waffle mix. You can even use frozen waffles if you want to. We're just going to whip up the waffles that we always make, right? Cool. So we've already got the mix in here. Let's add some oil. I like to add some vanilla, even though the recipe doesn't call for it. Egg.
Crack.
Do you want to crack it? Good crack. Nice, buddy. You are getting so good at this. All right, let's pour some milk in here.
Oh, baby.
Your whisk, sir. Waffle mix.
Ooh, that looks yummy.
It does, right?
I'm gonna mess them up.
Yes, you are. Right, so
That's me, Mama.
So if we mash these all together
Don't do all of them.
with the vanilla and the sugar,
Don't do all of them.
when you keep mashing, yell at the juice. Get the juice out of there. You keep mashing, and I'm gonna put the waffles on, okay? Get those cooking. 2, 3. Fill this one up. 1, 2, 3. Should we get the ice cream out?
I got it, Mom.
One more.
Waffles are ready.
All right.
You want to try it?
Whoa.
Let's put a scoop right here.
Is that right now?
Wait, one more thing. Ready? All right, this is gonna take a while. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
Yum, that looks good. I was hoping to bring cans of Cool Whip here so we could all try the trick.
What is he hitting his hand?
So he hits his hand, it pops up. I don't know where he learned this from, but it's
I'm dying to try it. I'm dying to try this.
Oh! All I can think about is Ollie's on the side going, what about, where's my waffle?
No, we try to do these now while Ollie's napping because he will want everything we're eating.
Why wouldn't he?
Yum. Especially the whipped cream. And we'll be right back. And it's time now for Cooking with Cal, and this week it's all about breakfast, Jersey style. Take a look.
It's another edition of Cooking with Cal, and what are we making today?
Pork roll, egg, and cheese.
Pork roll, egg, and cheese. We're having breakfast for dinner. What is pork roll? This is pork roll. It's kind of like a New Jersey delicacy. It's a mix between sausage and bacon. You can only buy it in New Jersey, but if you look online, you can find pork roll. It's worth it, trust me. It'll change your breakfast sandwich game. Here's the thing. If we put this on here, it's gonna bubble up. It's gonna make a big bubble. Watch, I'll show you. Don't want it to make that bubble. You know why? Because even though the edges are cooking, the inside part's not cooking, right? So in order to fix that, watch this. This is what my dad always did. And now they look like Pac-Man. We're gonna wait for these to crisp up. So you want them nice and crispy and yummy and salty deliciousness. No, flip. Nice flip, buddy!
It feels vibrating.
It does, that's the sizzle. Let's toast up our rolls, right? Okay, put these down first. Yep, and then put the top part on the griddle. There we go, nice. I've got room for our other roll. Put our plates out. Let's fry up some eggs. What do you think?
How do I fry up eggs?
Well, first,
Butter. That's the one that's runny.
2 for each sandwich. There you go.
Can you flip all of them?
Mm-hmm.
I want you to flip all of them.
So here's what I like to do, okay? My
Cheesy.
egg, I put the cheese. Okay, on top of that, here you put a cheese on yours. And a cheese on Daddy's.
Egg on yours.
Down there. We put this on here. And take 1, 2. There it is. Look at that! 3 perfect sandwiches. Controversial, but you can choose to put ketchup on it.
Yeah.
Sometimes I actually do.
Don't put ketchup on it. Delicious.
Do you love it? Watch what I do with mine, ready? This is my favorite part. I squeeze it and all the yolk comes out. I like to go like that. Tastes like the Jersey Shore. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food. I will say, Calvin ate all but 1 bite of that
Wow.
sandwich. Wow. And then that extra bite went to Oliver. So,
That sandwich is the size of his head.
I know. The size of his head.
his egg runny?
No, I broke it on the griddle before. But the other controversy is in New Jersey, some people call it pork roll, and some people call it Taylor ham.
Who's Taylor?
It's the brand that makes the pork roll. So it depends. I know Central Jersey is a pork roll part of the state, but you go to South Jersey, it's more Taylor ham. It can go either way. But my Twitter is going to blow up with,
Right?
It's Taylor ham.
You said pork roll. I thought it was a roll.
The meat comes on a roll. I just buy it pre-sliced. So
We'll be right
Learn
back.
something every day. And welcome back. Nothing says fall like pumpkin spice. No, apples, just kidding.
Nice.
So for this week's Cooking with Cal, we whipped up one of my childhood favorites. And note to self, don't cook with a hungry sidekick. Check it out.
It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. Cal, what are we making today?
Apple salad.
So let's go through the ingredients, okay? What's in our apple salad?
Apple. And zucchini.
Try again, not zucchini.
Salad?
So close.
Celery.
Celery. And what are these? I think you know.
Cranberry.
You've been snacking on those since we started. Do you know what this is?
A nut.
It's a walnut.
Walnut.
And then you know this one.
Yogurt.
Lots of vanilla yogurt. So this apple salad is a perfect after-school snack. It's a good breakfast. It's just a good, all-around, nice, healthy alternative. How's the yogurt doing? Do you want a spoon? Gross. Help me with the apple. Let me cut it up into a smaller piece for you. You are actually eating all of my ingredients.
No, not that many.
Chop it up nice and small. You're doing a lot more eating than cooking. What's your favorite fruit?
Apple. I'm throwing it because it's really hard.
While you do that, I'm going to chop up the celery.
Okay.
I like to make the celery really small.
Why?
So that it's not too hard to chew. So Ken, when I was little,
Yeah?
I used to eat this all the time, every single morning for breakfast.
Was that a long time ago?
It was a long time ago. Even when I first moved to New York, I used to eat it all the time, every morning for breakfast.
Really? That's weird. Mix it up.
Yeah, mix it all together. All right, what should we put in next? How about some of these?
Yeah, sure.
Sprinkle those all in there?
I can pour it.
Okay. Perfect. And now let's chop these up a little smaller. Just rock your knife back and forth. Look at how small I made these.
Whoa.
So now we got all our ingredients in here, right? And here's the fun part. There you go.
And this is the medium one or the biggest one?
What, bowl or a spoon?
Spoon.
That's the small one.
I have to lick it off.
Did you have to lick it off?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, because there's yogurt on it.
So you can add as much yogurt as you want. It's not really a measurement here. It's more just once everything is all nice and combined. Sometimes I'll add blueberries in here.
I have to lick it off.
Oh.
I just eat it off.
So that's it. Super simple, right? I usually make a big bowl of this and then just scoop it out in the morning, or you can divvy it up into little Tupperware containers and it's good to go as a grab-and-go snack.
Are we done?
That's it. That's all we have to do.
Are you gonna taste one?
I'm gonna taste one too.
A taste test?
It's a taste test.
What spoon should I use? Is it healthy?
It's very healthy. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
Wow.
So like I said, I brought you guys some. And
Yeah, we get
It's very-
toddlers have been all in it.
Yeah, it's very healthy if you don't count the fact that
Calvin licked all over
licked
it.
all over it. But that's
I did
yummy.
make this fresh for you this morning.
Oh, okay.
So yes, that is not the batch that Calvin had in his mouth, but it's a really good.
That's good. Because I'm not sure.
No, wait, is this like the couscous? You won't even try it?
No, I will try it. I will try it.
Wait, are
It's like a modified Waldorf salad.
It is, just instead of mayonnaise, it's vanilla yogurt. So
That's
you've got a little yogurt on your face.
It's refreshing.
It's refreshing. It's a good snack. It's a healthy, like after school snack.
And this is in my flavor profile, and I like it.